What's up, guys? Welcome to Fiction Blue. We've got something special today. Harry found a hidden James Potter letter at age 5 and used it to summon every Auror in Britain to Privet Drive. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The Cupboard and the Thunder. The storm came in from the west just after 7, the kind that didn't bother announcing itself with light drizzle or polite distant rumbling. It simply arrived, a wall of black cloud swallowing the last of the evening sun over Little Whinging, and then the rain came down like something had torn open in the sky. Number 4, Privet Drive was battened down tight. Vernon Dursley had seen the clouds on his way home from Grunnings and had made a point of shutting every window, bolting every latch, and drawing every curtain with the satisfied efficiency of a man who believed that preparation was a moral virtue. Petunia had made shepherd's pie. Dudley had eaten most of it. The television in the sitting room was turned up loud enough to compete with the thunder, and the Dursley family was, by all appearances, perfectly comfortable. The boy in the cupboard under the stairs was not. Harry Potter was 5 years old, and he had learned very early that his comfort was not a factor in the running of Number 4. He had a thin mattress that smelled of must and old rubber, a single blanket that had once been Dudley's and still had a cartoon duck on one corner, and a shelf where he kept the 3 things that were his: a button he'd found in the garden, a stub of pencil too short to be useful, and a paperback picture book with half its pages torn out that he'd rescued from Dudley's discard pile. The book was about a bear going on a picnic. Harry had read the remaining pages so many times he didn't need the torn-out ones anymore. He knew exactly what happened to the bear. The thunder rolled directly overhead and Dudley shrieked with delight from the sitting room, the sound of it rattling right through the thin door of the cupboard. Harry pulled his blanket up over his shoulders and pressed his back against the wall. He wasn't frightened of storms. He actually liked them, in a way he'd never been able to explain to himself. There was something in the electricity of a really good thunderstorm that made him feel less alone, like the sky was doing something enormous and it didn't care who was watching. The problem tonight was the leak. It had been dripping for 3 weeks. A thin trickle from somewhere in the underside of the stairs, which had started as a small dark stain on the corner of Harry's mattress and had graduated, tonight, to an actual drip, steady and rhythmic, landing exactly in the middle of his pillow. He'd shifted the mattress twice. The drip found him both times, with what felt like personal dedication. He shifted it a third time, dragging it sideways until one end was jammed up against the far wall of the cupboard, and that was when he felt it. He'd lived in the cupboard for as long as he could remember, which meant he knew every inch of it the way a much older person might know the rooms of a house they'd grown up in. He knew which shelf wobbled. He knew that the smell of cooking cabbage seeped through the left wall but not the right. He knew that if Dudley jumped on the stairs above his head after 8 o'clock, a fine rain of dust and dead spiders would sift down onto his blanket. He knew the walls. Which was why he knew, immediately and with total certainty, that the section of wall his hand was pressed against right now felt wrong. Not cold wrong, not damp wrong. Different. There was a slight give to it where there shouldn't be, a faint unevenness beneath the surface plaster that didn't match the solid brick on either side. He pressed harder. The wall held, but there was something behind it that wasn't mortar or insulation or the accumulated grime of a house that was 12 years old. Harry sat up. He was small for his age, which the Dursleys often remarked on with a satisfaction that he didn't yet have the vocabulary to accurately diagnose as deliberate. His clothes were Dudley's cast-offs, enormous on his narrow frame, and he was currently wearing a t-shirt that reached his knees and a pair of tracksuit bottoms rolled up 4 times at the ankle. His glasses, Dudley had sat on the original pair and Aunt Petunia had stuck them back together with sellotape, were slightly bent, so one lens sat a bit lower than the other. His hair was, as always, doing whatever it wanted. He pressed both palms flat against the wall and felt the wrongness again, more clearly this time. And then something happened that Harry had learned not to talk about. His hands went warm. Not warm like fever, not warm like holding a cup of tea. Warm like something waking up, a deep flush of heat that ran from his palms up through his wrists and his arms and settled somewhere in the center of his chest. It happened sometimes, when Harry felt something very strongly. He'd made Dudley's hair turn blue once when Dudley had broken his bear book on purpose. He'd somehow ended up on the school roof when a group of older boys were chasing him. He didn't know what it was. The Dursleys called it abnormality and freakishness and that disgusting thing you do, and he had learned that the words landed harder if he flinched, so he had mostly stopped flinching. The warmth in his hands built, and the section of wall gave a sound like a very quiet crack. A brick shifted. Harry snatched his hands back on instinct, heart hammering. He sat in the dark and listened, but the television was still going in the sitting room and the rain was hammering the front of the house and nobody had noticed anything because nobody ever noticed anything that happened in the cupboard unless it was Harry making noise, and Harry had learned not to make noise. He reached out again, slower this time. His fingers found the edge of the brick. It had moved less than an inch, but enough. He worked his fingertips around it, felt it shift on some kind of hidden pivot, and pulled. The brick came away from the wall in a section, 3 bricks wide, revealing a space behind them that should not have existed. The house didn't have a cavity at this point. Harry knew enough about the structure of the cupboard to be certain of that. But there it was, a hollow space, perhaps 8 inches deep, dry and dustless in a way that was impossible given the state of the rest of the cupboard, and inside it, an envelope. It was thick cream-colored paper, heavier than anything Harry had held before. The back was sealed with red wax, and pressed into the wax was a shape, an animal Harry recognized from one of the pages that had survived the bear book's destruction, where there'd been a picture guide to woodland creatures. A stag. Standing with its head up and antlers spread, caught in mid-stride. He turned it over. The front of the envelope said, in handwriting that slanted forward like the letters were in a hurry, "To my son, Harry James Potter, to be opened when he needs it most. If someone else opens this, I'll know. Trust me on that one." Harry stared at it for a long time. His whole name. Not boy, not freak, not a number. His whole name, written in a hand he didn't recognize, with the particular confidence of someone who'd expected to write it, who'd known what it was, who had put it together with the same ease that Aunt Petunia wrote the shopping list on the fridge, Harry James Potter, like it was just something that existed, a thing in the world, a name that belonged to a real person. His hands were still warm. He broke the seal. The wax didn't crack so much as melt away, dissolving in a faint shimmer that Harry blinked at twice before deciding he'd imagined it. The envelope opened, and he drew out 3 sheets of paper, densely written on both sides. He was 5. His reading wasn't like Dudley's, who'd had Petunia's patient drilling every evening and a proper desk and proper books and proper light. Harry had taught himself mostly from the bear book and the cereal boxes at breakfast when nobody was watching and the backs of the tins in the kitchen cabinet that he sometimes read while waiting to be told he was done washing up. He was slow at it. He sometimes had to sound things out. But he was meticulous, the way you become meticulous when you've learned that missing something might matter. He read. Harry, if you're reading this, then you're old enough to find hidden things, which means you're already smarter than most of the Wisengamot combined, so you've got that going for you. I'm your dad. James Fleamont Potter. I hope someone has told you that, but I'm writing this in October of 1981, and the world is not what I'd like it to be right now, so I'm not making assumptions. I want to tell you everything. I want to write you 30 pages about your mum's laugh and the way you look when you're sleeping and the fact that you figured out how to levitate your toy broomstick at 4 months old and scared your Uncle Sirius so badly he fell off his actual broomstick. I'll tell you all of it, I will, just not in this letter. This letter is important. This letter is the one I'm writing because I've been putting off writing it and your mother found the draft under my desk and said, James, for the love of all that's holy, just write the bloody letter. So. Here it is. If something happens to us, to me and your mum, you are supposed to go to Sirius Black. He's your godfather. He would take a curse to the face for you without blinking, and I mean that literally, I've watched him do it. If Sirius can't take you, there's Remus Lupin, he'll pretend he can't, because he's a worrier and an idiot, but he can, and he will. What you are not supposed to do is end up with your mother's sister. I want to be clear about that, because I know Dumbledore, and Albus Dumbledore is brilliant and I would trust him with my life, and I have, several times, but he thinks in very large shapes and sometimes the small things fall through the gaps. You are not a small thing, Harry. But you're small right now. And Petunia Dursley is not kind. I've seen her with your mother. I know what she is. If you're in that house, if you're reading this in Petunia's house, then something has gone wrong. Something has gone very wrong. And I am sorry. I am so sorry I can't explain to you right now how sorry I am. Here is what you need to do. At the bottom of the third page, there is a phrase. It's written in red. When you read it out loud, speak it clearly, don't whisper it. It will trigger a portkey alert to every active Auror in Britain. Aurors they're like the police of the magic world. The best ones are good people. They'll come to wherever you are. I set this up with a man named Barnabas Cuff, not the newspaper one, different man, retired from the Auror office, owed me a favor I am absolutely calling in from beyond the grave if necessary. The magic is keyed to your voice and to the Potter bloodline. It will only work for you. It cannot be faked or misfired. If you've read this far, if you felt the warmth in your hands when you touched the envelope, then it worked, and you are James Potter's son, and the magic knows it. Tell them your name. Tell them your address. Tell them everything. Don't be afraid of making trouble. Some situations need trouble. I have to tell you something else, and I need you to hear it, even if you're very little when you read this. Even if you don't understand all of it yet. You are loved. You have been loved from the moment you arrived, which was 11:42 p.m. on a Tuesday and the most extraordinary night of my life, and I say that as someone who has faced down a dark lord in a corridor and once accidentally turned Professor Dumbledore's hat into a very large mushroom, so I've had some extraordinary nights. Your mother sang you a song every night. I can't write it down, some things don't translate into paper, but she sang it. You would stop crying, every time. You'd look up at her like she'd invented sound. It was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. We love you, Harry. Please make a lot of noise. Dad. P.S. The phrase is below. Read it out clearly. And maybe stand somewhere with a bit of space. Things are going to get very busy, very fast. Harry was still. The storm pushed against the cupboard walls. Thunder cracked overhead, hard enough that he felt it in his chest, but he didn't look up. He was looking at the last page, at the bottom, where there was indeed a short phrase written in red ink that glowed faintly at the edges with something that was not quite normal light. He had understood, perhaps, 60% of the letter. He understood Dad, because that was what it meant at the top, I'm your dad, and he turned that word over in his mind the way you'd turn over something very fragile that you'd never held before. He understood love, though the Dursleys hadn't given him much framework for it. He understood trouble, which was a more familiar concept. He understood that his father had left him something specifically for this situation, which meant his father had known. Had known he might end up here, in this cupboard, in this house, and had been sorry enough about it to write a letter and hide it behind a brick and key it to his bloodline with magic so that it could only ever be found by his son. His hands were still warm. Warmer now. He read the phrase. He didn't whisper it. The Auror office at the Ministry of Magic operated on a rotation system that had not fundamentally changed in 80 years. On any given night, there were 6 Aurors on active duty, 12 on secondary call within a 15-minute response window, and the remainder reachable within the hour. It was a sensible system built on the logic that the world contained a predictable and manageable quantity of magical emergencies, and that it would dole them out in a reasonable fashion. At 7:43 p.m. on a Thursday evening in late July of 1986, every single alert system in the Auror office lit up at once. Not 6. Not 12. Every crystal alert stone on every duty belt of every Auror in Britain simultaneously flared gold, the specific shade of gold that the system used for Potter family magical signatures, because Barnabas Cuff had been annoyingly thorough when he'd helped James set it up, and had made absolutely certain that the classification level on this particular alert was do not ignore and do not delegate. Kingsley Shacklebolt was in the break room eating a biscuit when his stone went off. He looked at it, looked at the color, and was out the door before he'd consciously decided to move. Nymphadora Tonks, 2 years out of training and currently writing up a report on a muggle-baiting incident in Coventry, knocked her entire cup of tea onto the report, watched it spread across 3 hours of careful documentation, said something extremely unprofessional, and then forgot about it entirely when her stone flared gold. Dawlish was in a meeting. He looked at the color of his alert and said, "Is that, Potter?" said someone else in the meeting, and the room cleared in 40 seconds. There were, in Britain that night, 43 active Aurors. 43 alert stones were gold. The coordinates in the alert were very specific. They pointed to a house in Surrey. Kingsley arrived first. This was partly because he was good, very good, and partly because he'd been closest, and partly because he'd recognized the Potter signature color before almost anyone else and had moved with the unhurried speed of someone who has learned that panic is a luxury. He apparat to the corner of Privet Drive because he was careful about residential areas, and he walked the last 30 meters at a pace that looked casual and covered the ground quickly. Number 4 was completely ordinary. That was, of course, precisely what was wrong with it. He stood on the pavement for a moment, rain coming straight down on his head, and looked at the house. Lights on in the front room. Television noise. A car in the drive, nice one, properly maintained. A garden of the type that neighborhoods had opinions about if it wasn't kept up. Roses along the front, well pruned, probably done with the kind of regularity that was slightly aggressive. A perfectly normal house. He thought about the color of that alert stone, and the name on the classification, and the fact that it had been 5 years since Voldemort had fallen and he'd never entirely believed the version of events that said the boy who lived was living happily ever after somewhere undisclosed. He walked up the path and knocked on the door. The television went muffled. He heard heavy footsteps. The door opened to reveal a very large man with a very red face and a very thin look of someone who had already decided this was about to be someone else's problem. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not selling anything," Kingsley said. His voice was the kind of low and certain that didn't require volume. "My name is Kingsley Shacklebolt. I'm an Auror. I need to come inside." Vernon Dursley's face did several things in quick succession. "I don't know what an Auror is," he said. "I think you do," Kingsley said pleasantly. "May I come in? Have you got a warrant?" "In this country you need a, Mr. Dursley," Kingsley said, and he said it the way you might say the name of a pressure point you were about to press. "I've had an alert. The alert is specific to this address. I need to come inside, right now, and if you close this door I will still come inside. It will simply take me 2 additional seconds." Something in Vernon's expression flickered, the look of a man who had been very certain of something for a very long time and was now, for the first time, feeling the ground shift. He stepped back from the door. Kingsley stepped through. The hallway was neat. Aggressively neat, the kind that spoke of a woman who controlled her environment with dedication. A staircase going up. A sitting room off to the left where he could see the back of a very large sofa with a very large child perched on it in front of a television. A kitchen at the end. He registered all of it. What he was actually looking for was the door under the stairs. It had a bolt on the outside. Not a keyhole, a bolt. The kind that locked from the hallway side, not from within. He looked at it for perhaps 1 second and then looked back at Vernon Dursley, and something in his expression must have changed, because Vernon Dursley's face went from red to a particular shade of grey. "Is there a child in this house," Kingsley said, "who is not Dudley?" Petunia appeared in the kitchen doorway. She had a dish towel. She had the face of a woman who had rehearsed something many times and was not going to be the first one to say it. Kingsley walked to the door under the stairs and slid the bolt back. He had been an Auror for 9 years. He had seen things that most people would not recover from seeing. He opened the door to the cupboard under the stairs and he looked inside, and for a moment he simply stood there. The boy inside was very small and very thin and was sitting on a mattress that had been shoved against the far wall away from a damp patch on the ceiling. He was wearing clothing 4 sizes too large for him. He had glasses held together with tape. He had the specific stillness of a child who has learned that stillness is a form of protection, who has learned to take up as little space as possible in the hope that occupying less space means receiving less attention. He was holding a letter in both hands. And he was looking up at Kingsley with eyes that were very green and absolutely, completely unafraid. "Are you an Auror?" the boy said. Kingsley crouched down so he wasn't looming. "Yes," he said. "My name is Harry Potter," the boy said. "My dad sent you." Kingsley's chest did something complex. He kept his voice steady. "He did," he said. "We came." Harry looked at him for a long moment with those measuring green eyes, the eyes of someone running a very thorough assessment, and then he nodded once, like a decision had been made. "Okay," Harry said. "I'll come out." He stood up, careful and deliberate, tucking the letter against his chest, and he stepped out of the cupboard into the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, and he looked around at the house, at the neat walls and the family photos and the complete, comprehensive absence of any image of himself, with the calm of someone who had suspected all of this for a long time and was now simply confirming it. Outside, through the walls and the rain, there was the sound of more apparition cracks. Quite a lot of them. 42 more Aurors, all at once. Petunia Dursley made a sound like air leaving a tire. Vernon Dursley said, "Now see here," the front door knocked, and then knocked again, and then someone knocked on the back door, and someone else was in the garden because the wards on the house were non-existent. Kingsley had already noted the complete absence of any active magical protection on the building, which was a separate and very serious problem, and voices were starting up outside, professional and sharp, calling out locations. Harry stood in the middle of the hallway and looked at none of it. He was looking at Kingsley. "There's a boy named Sirius," Harry said carefully. "My dad mentioned him. He said he would come if he could." "Is he?" "We'll talk about that," Kingsley said, and he said it gently and he meant it. "We'll talk about everything. But first," he looked up at Vernon, who was pressed against the wall with the look of a man discovering very late that consequences are real. "I need you to stay here. Both of you." Tonks came through the front door with her wand out and rain in her hair, took one look at the scene, at Harry standing in the hallway, at the open cupboard behind him, at the bolt on the outside of the cupboard door, and said something that was definitely not appropriate language for a child to hear. Then she looked at Harry and said, "Sorry." "I know that word," Harry said mildly. "I've heard Uncle Vernon say it." Tonks looked at Kingsley. Kingsley looked at Tonks. Something passed between them that required no translation. "Hey," Tonks said, crouching down the way Kingsley had, and her hair shifted from its current brown to a shade of bright bubblegum pink, which was not something she'd consciously decided but which happened sometimes when she was anxious, and Harry's eyes went wide, not with fear, but with absolute, unconditional fascination. "You did that," he said. "Your hair. You did that on purpose." "Usually," Tonks said. "Can you do other colors?" She made it shift through 3 shades in quick succession, pink, blue, electric purple, and Harry made a sound that Kingsley realized, with a painful kind of shock, was probably the most delighted sound a child of his age should be making constantly and very likely had not made in quite some time. "That's brilliant," Harry breathed. "Yeah," Tonks said, grinning. "I think so too." Outside, the street had approximately 40 Aurors organizing themselves with the efficiency of people who'd been trained for emergencies but were currently trying to work out exactly what the protocol was when 40 of them showed up to a single residential address simultaneously. Someone was already on the communication stone to the ministry. Someone else was documenting the scene. 2 more had come into the house and were making the kind of faces, looking at the cupboard, that suggested their reports were going to make very interesting reading. Harry watched all of this with the systematic attention of someone cataloging information for future use. Then he looked back up at Kingsley. "Is my aunt going to go to prison?" he asked. Kingsley was quiet for a moment. There will be a process, he said. A legal process. It takes time. Harry considered this. My dad's letter says some situations need trouble, he said. I think that's what's happening now. The trouble. He looked down at the letter in his hands and smoothed the corner of it, very carefully, and Kingsley saw the gesture for what it was, the reflex of someone handling the only valuable thing he'd ever owned. He said I'd understand. I didn't understand all of it. Which parts didn't you understand? What's Voldemort? Harry said plainly. The two Aurors who'd come in from the garden both spun around. Petunia made a sound like a kettle. Tonk's hair flickered. Kingsley held Harry's gaze and didn't flinch. That's a big conversation, he said. For a bit later, when you're warm and dry and we can sit down properly. Okay, Harry said, accepting this without protest. Can I bring my book? It's on the shelf. The shelf in the... Kingsley looked toward the cupboard. Yeah. Kingsley reached in, careful not to block the light, found the battered book on the shelf, the stub of pencil, and the button. He brought all three out without being asked. He put them in Harry's hands without making anything of it, because the boy had so little and these few things were clearly precious and calling attention to that fact would help nobody. Harry tucked them under his arm, alongside the letter. He looked back into the cupboard once, a long, measuring look, the kind you give a place that has shaped you against your will, and then he turned and didn't look at it again. Okay, he said, to Kingsley, to Tonks, to the 40 Aurors crowding the street and the garden and the hallway of the house where he had lived for 5 years in a space barely large enough to lie down in. I'm ready. From the sitting room, Dudley began to cry loudly at the interruption of his program. From the kitchen, Petunia Dursley said her sister's name, Lily, in a voice barely above a breath, and then pressed her lips together and said nothing else. From the street, the sound of rain and apparition and the organized commotion of 40 of the best magical law enforcement officers in Britain, all of them called here by a letter a dead man had written in the last desperate weeks of his life, and all of them now standing in the evidence of everything that letter had tried to prevent. Harry Potter stood in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, 5 years old, with a broken pair of glasses and a bare book and a button and his father's letter pressed to his chest, and he looked at Kingsley Shacklebolt with those green eyes that had never learned to be afraid. I've never ridden in a car before, he said. Not that I remember. Will there be a car? Better than a car, Tonks said, standing up and holding out her hand. Harry looked at her hand for a moment. Then he took it. Outside, the storm was still going. The thunder cracked again overhead, rattling the windows of every house on Privet Drive, curtains twitching now, neighbors watching from behind glass as the street filled with purposeful people in dark cloaks, and Harry stepped over the threshold and out into the rain and the noise and the beginning of everything. He tilted his face up to the sky. The rain hit his glasses and ran down his cheeks and soaked through Dudley's enormous t-shirt in approximately 4 seconds, and Harry Potter stood in the middle of it and felt the warmth in his hands and didn't say anything at all, and Tonks stood beside him with bright pink hair going flat in the downpour and didn't tell him to come in out of the rain. Some moments are too important to rush. Kingsley came out behind them both and looked at the boy standing in the rain and the street full of Aurors and the house behind him, and he thought about James Potter's letter, about a man in the last weeks of his life sitting down to write something that might one day find his son in a place he never wanted his son to be, and he thought, I hear you, James. We're here. He touched the communication stone on his belt. This is Shacklebolt, he said quietly. Get me Amelia Bones. Now. A pause, then a voice on the other end, Shacklebolt, what in Merlin's name is going on? We've got 40 alert stones all showing the same, Potter, Kingsley said. Harry Potter. Get me Bones. Silence. Then, stand by. Harry, still standing in the rain, turned back to look at Kingsley. Is it going to be okay? He asked. Not with fear, exactly, more like honest curiosity. The question of someone who had learned not to assume. Kingsley met his eyes. Yes, he said, with the full weight of a promise. It is. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, that same single, decisive nod, and turned back to the rain and the street and the enormous, complicated world that was just now, finally, beginning to pay him what it owed. Chapter 2. Every Auror in Britain. The street had lost its mind in the best possible way. Privet Drive was the kind of road that had very firm opinions about itself. The hedges were all the same height. The bins were put out on the correct day. Nobody parked a second car on the verge because the Hendersons had tried that in 1983 and the resulting social pressure had been, by all accounts, considerable. Privet Drive was orderly and beige and relentlessly, defensively normal, and it had maintained this identity through 2 decades of quiet suburban determination. It was not maintaining it now. There were 41 wizards on the street, in the gardens, in the kitchen, perched on the Dursleys' back fence, and one of them had accidentally Auror into the rosebushes and was extracting himself with quiet dignity while 2 colleagues pretended not to notice. The rain was still coming down in sheets. The street was lit up, not with any light source that the neighbors could identify, which was making the curtain twitching more frantic by the minute, with the soft persistent glow of active wands and alert stones not yet dismissed. Kingsley had his communication stone pressed to his ear. Harry was standing beside Tonks, who had produced a piece of actual candy from somewhere in her coat, a chocolate frog, which Harry had never seen before, and was watching him react to the fact that it was trying to escape his hand with the concentration of someone who just discovered an entirely new problem set. "It's hopping," Harry said. "They do that." "Why?" "No one actually knows," Tonks said cheerfully. "There's been research." Harry caught it against his palm and looked at it. The frog went still in that way they do, briefly, and Harry turned it over once and then bit its head off with the casual pragmatism of a child who had been rationed his food for 5 years and was not inclined to play with it. He chewed, looked at the card that had come with it, and turned it to show Tonks. "Is this someone I should know?" The card was Dumbledore's. Tonks made a face that she immediately controlled. "Yeah," she said. We'll come to that." Harry looked at the card once more, at the silver-haired, half-moon-spectacled face smiling from its surface, and put it in the pocket of the enormous tracksuit bottoms without further comment. Kingsley lowered his stone. He was already organizing people with short, clear words, 3 Aurors to secure the internal rooms, 2 to begin documentary evidence collection, 1 specifically detailed to catalogue the cupboard, and Dawlish to take a statement from the Dursleys with the implication, not quite stated but entirely clear, that Vernon Dursley was not going to enjoy the next hour of his life. He came back to Harry and crouched down again. He did this naturally, without making a production of it, because Kingsley Shacklebolt was the kind of person who understood that meeting someone at their eye level was not a gesture of condescension but of respect. "There's a place we're going to take you," he said. "It's a medical facility, a hospital, but it's for our kind of people. Magical people." "Like where I go," Harry said, "except not the normal hospital." "Have you been to the normal hospital?" "Once," Harry said. "When I was 4. I fell down the stairs." His voice carried no particular weight on this. He said it the way you'd say I had toast for breakfast, a fact, catalogued, filed. They asked Aunt Petunia lots of questions. She cried. They let us go. Kingsley was very still for a moment. "Right," he said. "Yes. Like the normal hospital, but they'll understand your kind of magic. Healers, we call them. They just want to check you over." Harry considered this. "Are they going to find things that make it worse for the Dursleys?" "I think they probably will, yes." Harry nodded. "Good," he said, with the precise, uncomplicated clarity of a 5-year-old who has not yet learned to couch things in social niceties. "They should be in trouble. They will be. I want to know what happens to them." He held Kingsley's gaze. "After. I want to know." "I'll tell you," Kingsley said. "I promise." It was the second promise Kingsley had made to this child in 15 minutes, which was more promises than he typically made in a week. He made them without hesitation, which surprised him faintly, and then he examined that surprise and found it didn't hold up. There was something about Harry Potter that made vagueness feel like a personal failure. The boy looked at you with those green eyes and simply waited, with the patience of someone who had learned that impatience got you nothing but less food, and the look made evasion feel shabby. "Tonks is going to go with you," Kingsley said. "I need to stay here and manage this. Can you go with her?" Harry looked at Tonks, who was currently making her nose slightly larger in a way that had no tactical purpose whatsoever and was entirely for the benefit of the 5-year-old watching her. "Yeah," Harry said. "Good." Kingsley straightened up. "Tonks." "On it," Tonks said, and her nose went back to normal, and she held out her hand again and Harry took it again with the same brief hesitation, the fraction of a second of a child who doesn't quite know what to do with being offered something, and then they were moving down the path and Kingsley turned back to the house. He stood in the doorway of number 4, Privet Drive, and looked down the hallway. At the family photos on the wall, Dudley at every age, chubby and grinning, birthdays and holidays and school portraits, and the complete and systematic absence of any image of the other child who had lived here. He looked at the door under the stairs, hanging open now, the bolt on the outside, and 2 of his Aurors crouched in front of it photographing the interior with magical documentation crystals. He looked at Vernon Dursley, who was in the sitting room with Dawlish and looking at the floor with the expression of a man who is calculating odds and finding they are not in his favor. He looked at Petunia, who was sitting very straight in the kitchen chair with her hands folded in her lap, and who was not looking at the cupboard but whose eyes kept moving in that direction the way you try not to look at something you know is there. Kingsley walked into the kitchen and pulled out the chair across from Petunia Dursley and sat down. She looked at him. She was a thin-faced woman with a long neck and the bearing of someone who managed her life by managing everything in it, and right now that bearing was still there, the posture, the folded hands, but her face had gone somewhere complicated. "Is he all right?" she said. It was not what Kingsley expected. He kept his expression neutral. "He's going to a healer," he said. "He's physically okay." He let the word physically do its work. Petunia's jaw tightened. "I know what you're thinking." "Do you?" "You're thinking I'm a monster," she said. "You and all of you, standing in my house." "I'm thinking," Kingsley said, "that in approximately 40 years of magical law enforcement history, no one has ever written a letter capable of triggering a simultaneous alert to every active Auror in Britain. And that James Potter wrote that letter specifically about this house. And that your nephew just came out of a cupboard." He paused. "I'm thinking quite a lot of things." Petunia looked at her hands. "It was Dumbledore's idea," she said. "What was?" "All of it." Her voice was clipped, controlled, with something tight underneath it that was not quite grief and not quite guilt but occupied the same neighborhood. "He brought Harry here. In the night. Left him on the step with a letter. Said he'd be safe." She looked up. "He said there were protections." "There were no active magical protections on this house," Kingsley said. "None." Petunia blinked. Something shifted in her face. "He said, nothing on the building. No wards, no shields, no monitoring charms. Whatever he told you was there, it wasn't." He watched her carefully. "Did he visit? Did he check?" She was quiet for long enough that the answer was obvious. "He said we'd know if something went wrong. That it would be obvious. That the whole thing would fall if Harry was in danger." "The whole thing fell tonight," Kingsley said. "Because Harry read a letter his father left him and activated an alert that's 5 years old. Not because any of Dumbledore's protections engaged." He leaned back. "Whatever you were told, Mrs. Dursley, someone wasn't watching." Petunia's hands unfolded and refolded. Outside, rain against the window. The sound of Dawlish's voice in the sitting room, methodical and professional. "I didn't want him," Petunia said. "That's not a secret. I didn't want anything to do with any of it. Lily chose that world and she left me behind and then she got herself killed in it and he appeared on my doorstep." Her voice was tight. But I didn't, we provided for him. He had food, he had a cupboard, Kingsley said. He didn't say it harshly. He said it like a full stop. Petunia looked at the table. He knew his parents were dead. Kingsley said. We told him they'd died in a car crash, she said. So he didn't know his father was James Potter. We don't use that name in this house. Kingsley stood up. He'd heard what he needed. He looked at Petunia Dursley, at this woman who had been handed a traumatized infant by a wizard who trusted her to manage something she'd never agreed to, and who had managed it badly, and who was now sitting in her kitchen while 40 Aurors documented every square inch of her life, and he felt something that was not quite sympathy and not quite contempt but existed in a complicated territory between them. A formal statement will be taken tonight, he said. You won't be leaving the property. I'd recommend not speaking to your husband until you've had separate legal counsel, because your situations are not the same and it won't serve you to let him shape your account. He moved toward the door and then stopped. One more question. Petunia looked up. Lily, he said. Did you grieve her? The silence lasted 7 seconds. He counted. Every day, Petunia said, very quietly. Not that it's any of your business. Kingsley nodded once and walked back into the hallway. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries occupied a building on the corner of Purge and Dow's, Limited in London, which presented to the world as a closed-down department store with a slightly dusty shopfront and a mannequin in the window that, if you looked at it from exactly the right angle on a cloudy day, appeared to wink. The emergency ward was on the 4th floor and operated with the specific organized tension of people who were used to unusual things but knew that unusual and urgent were not the same. Tonks arrived with Harry via a ministry-sanctioned apparition point in the car park. She'd side-alonged him, which required her to hold his hand and focus, and he had emerged from the process blinking and slightly breathless and looking at the world like it had just done something personally interesting to him. Does it always feel like that? He said. Like what? Like you've been squeezed through something very small. Pretty much, yeah. I liked it, Harry said. The emergency ward at night was quieter than the day wards, which was relative. There was still a man on a conjured stretcher whose arms had been transfigured into drain pipes and a woman with what appeared to be her head on backwards arguing strenuously with a healer about whether it was strictly her problem. Harry looked at all of it with complete, serene fascination. Healer Euphemia Hawksworth was 47 years old, had been working at St. Mungo's for 20 years, and had a reputation for keeping her face professionally neutral through virtually everything. She came to receive her patient with a clipboard and a practiced calm, and she looked at the small boy standing in her ward in enormous hand-me-down clothes with taped glasses, and something happened to her face that wasn't professional at all. She recovered quickly. She crouched down. Harry? Yeah, Harry said. I'm Healer Hawksworth. I'm going to check you over. Is that all right? Kingsley said you would, Harry said. He said you'd understand my kind of magic. That's right. She straightened up and looked at Tonks with an expression that asked a very specific question. Cupboard under the stairs, Tonks said, and her voice was steady because she'd trained it to be. 5 years. Hawksworth's clipboard came up. She wrote something. She wrote it with the precision of someone who understands that documents are how the world is held accountable. They took Harry to an examination room that was painted the particular shade of soft yellow that suggests someone had thought carefully about what color made small children least anxious. There was a bed with a white covering, a stool, a counter with a row of vials that shimmered faintly, and a high window with rain against it. Harry sat on the bed and held his book and his father's letter and let Healer Hawksworth do her examination with the tolerance of someone who has learned that enduring things is just part of the day. He didn't flinch. He didn't complain. He answered her questions. Does this hurt? Is this tender? Have you eaten today? With the brevity of someone accustomed to giving answers that take up minimal space. Yes, it hurt there. And there. And there. He'd had bread and an egg for breakfast. Nothing since. Tonks, standing in the corner, had her arms crossed and her jaw set, and her hair had gone an unintentional dark red, which happened when she was angry in the specific way that has nowhere to go. The wand scan results assembled themselves on Hawksworth's clipboard in neat columns of diagnostic script, and she read them with her face controlled and her knuckles white on the edge of the board. She finished the examination. She gave Harry a potion that tasted, he reported, like slightly warm orange juice, and within about 3 minutes the visible tension around his ribs, the way he'd been holding them as though they remembered pain even when nothing was currently hurting, eased. "Brilliant," Harry said, sounding surprised. "That actually," he pressed his hand to his side. "It stopped." "Good," Hawksworth said. "It's supposed to." He looked at her. "How long will it last?" "It's fixed, not temporary." She set her clipboard down and sat on the stool, level with him. "Harry, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I need you to answer them as honestly as you can. You're not in trouble. None of the answers will get you in trouble. Do you understand?" "Yeah," Harry said. "I know I'm not in trouble." He said it without arrogance, just certainty, the flat assurance of someone who has already sorted this out. "The Dursleys are in trouble. My dad's letter was for me. I did the right thing." Hawksworth looked at him for a moment. "Yes," she said. "You did." She asked her questions. Harry answered them, and Tonks stood in the corner and listened to a 5-year-old provide a clear, chronological, unsentimental account of 5 years of systematic neglect and occasional cruelty with the measured calm of someone reciting the rules of a game he'd learned to survive. He did not dramatize. He did not minimize. He described specific incidents, the stairs, 3 occasions in the garden in cold weather without a coat, meals withheld, the bolt on the door, with the precision of a natural archivist, a child who had registered everything because registering everything was what you did when your environment was something to be understood and navigated rather than enjoyed. When he was done, Hawksworth made a note. She stood. "I'll be back shortly," she said. "There are people who need to see what I've written." "Amelia Bones?" Harry said. Hawksworth paused. "You know that name? I heard the Auror say it on the communication stone." He said to get her. Hawksworth looked at Tonks. Tonks looked at Harry. "Yeah," Tonks said. "Amelia Bones. My dad's letter said to tell them everything," Harry said. "Are you going to tell everything?" "Every word," Hawksworth said. Harry gave her the same nod, the decisive one, the one that felt like a signature, and she went out, and the room was quieter. Tonks moved from the corner to the stool that Hawksworth had vacated and sat on it backwards, arms over the back. Harry was looking at his book, though not reading it, running his thumb along the spine in a way that was more about having something solid to hold than anything else. "You can ask," Tonks said. "Whatever you want to know." Harry looked up. "Was my dad famous?" "Yeah," Tonks said. "Him and your mum both." "For what?" "For fighting the bad guy," she said. There was a dark wizard. Very powerful. Very dangerous. He hurt a lot of people. She kept it simple, kept it honest, didn't sand the edges down to nothing. Your mum and dad fought him. They were brave. Most people wouldn't." Harry thought about this. "Did they win?" Tonks was quiet for a moment. "Sort of. The bad guy is gone. Not killed, maybe, but gone. Can't hurt anyone right now." She paused. "But your mum and dad, they died. When you were a baby." Harry was still. "I know they died," he said. "Aunt Petunia told me that. She said car crash." "Not a car crash." "I didn't think so," Harry said. "There were no pictures. If it was just a car crash there'd be pictures." He looked at the book. "She kept the pictures of her wedding in a blue album in the wardrobe. I've seen it when she leaves the wardrobe open. She kept everything. She had pictures of herself as a little girl on the mantel. But no pictures of my mum. His thumb moved along the book's spine. If it was just a car crash she'd have kept pictures. Tonks stared at him. What? Harry said. You're 5, Tonks said. I know. Yeah, okay. She ran a hand through her hair, which went briefly orange. You're right. It wasn't a car crash. Your parents they were protecting you. And the bad guy, something happened when he tried to hurt you, and it went wrong for him. Some magic your mum did. Harry absorbed this. So I was there. You were there. He looked at his scar, which he could do without a mirror because he'd found it by feel years ago, traced the shape of it with a fingertip in the bathroom when the Dursleys weren't watching. This is from it. Yeah. He thought about that for a while. The rain against the window. The soft yellow walls. My dad's letter said he sang me a song, Harry said. Tonks blinked. What? He said my mum sang me a song. Every night. He looked at the wall. He said she'd invented sound. He was quiet for a moment. I don't remember it. Tonks didn't say anything. She was not a crier, she'd worked very hard on that, in training, because crying in front of colleagues felt like a particular kind of exposure, but she was doing something careful with her breathing that she was very glad Harry wasn't looking at. The letter, Harry said he was going to tell me everything. All the good parts. He held it up briefly, the 3 sheets of careful handwriting. Just not in that letter. He put it back against his chest. Where is the other letter? The one with the good parts. Tonks heard the real question underneath that one. I think, she said carefully, it's probably somewhere with your family vault. Gringotts, the bank. There'll be things he left for you. Harry's eyes went to her face. He planned for it, Harry said. He planned for the bad thing. He wrote the letter before it happened. Yeah. So he knew he might die. Yeah. Harry held the letter with both hands. He said he was sorry, Harry said. In the letter. I didn't, he was sorry that I was in the cupboard. He didn't want it. No, Tonks said. He didn't. Okay, Harry said softly. Then, after a pause, I'm a bit hungry. Tonks laughed, a real one, surprised out of her. Yeah, she said, standing up. Let me go find you something. Don't go anywhere. Where would I go? Harry said. Fair point, Tonks said, and went out. Amelia Bones arrived at St. Mungo's at 9:47 p.m. and she came fast, the way Amelia Bones did everything, efficiently, without preamble, with the energy of someone for whom urgency is a baseline state. She was a square-jawed woman in her 50s with a monocle and short steel-gray hair and the bearing of someone who had run the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for 3 years and had done so by refusing to be managed by anyone. She had Healer Hawksworth's preliminary report in one hand and Kingsley's field notes in the other, and she'd read both of them twice on the way here, which was an achievement given she'd operat. She stopped at the nursing station and spoke to the charge witch and was directed to the room at the end of the corridor, and she walked there with her heels making the sound that heels make on the floors of places where important things are about to happen. She opened the door. Harry was sitting on the bed eating a bowl of soup that Tonks had produced from somewhere, with the focused attention of someone who takes eating seriously. He had the bare book open on one knee, the letter folded very precisely beside him. He had fresh clothes on, soft, properly sized, some kind of standard St. Mungo's issue, and the broken glasses had been straightened by one of the healers and sat level on his nose for the first time possibly ever. He looked up. Amelia Bones looked at Harry Potter, and Harry Potter looked at Amelia Bones. You're the one Kingsley called, Harry said. He was still eating. He didn't put the spoon down. I am, she said. I'm Amelia Bones. I run the department that the Aurors answer to. The top one? For law enforcement, yes. Harry nodded, processing. What's above that? The Minister for Magic. Who's that? Millicent Bagnold. She sat down. Have you finished your soup? Almost. He ate 2 more deliberate spoonfuls and then set it aside. He looked at her with his father's eyes, the shape of them, she noted, the precise determined green of them, and she'd known James Potter professionally and the resemblance was not easy to look at directly. Are you going to do something? Harry asked. About the Dursleys? Yes, she said. She believed in being direct with people who asked direct questions regardless of their age, because children who asked direct questions deserved direct answers and the habit of giving them anything else was how you ended up with the kind of institutional mess that had apparently allowed this child to live in a cupboard for 5 years. They'll be charged. Both of them. What with? She told him. Not in legal shorthand, in plain language, because he'd asked a plain question. Neglect and cruelty to a magical minor. Violation of the Magical Child Protection Act of 1953. Several other things that would become clearer as the documentation was processed. Harry listened. His expression was the same throughout, attentive, measured, a child sitting very still and taking in information. Good, he said, when she'd finished. My dad said some situations need trouble. He was right, Amelia said. She put Hawksworth's report down, face down, because she'd read it already and she was not in the habit of displaying things that shouldn't be displayed. Harry, I need to ask you, the letter your father left. May I see it? Harry's hands moved to it automatically, the protective gesture, the reflex. He looked at her. It's evidence, she said. But it's also yours. I won't take it permanently. He held it for 1 more second. Then he held it out. She took it carefully and read it with the precision of someone who reads documents for professional purposes and feels the weight of this one considerably more than most. She got to the passage about the Dursleys, Petunia Dursley is not kind, and something shifted in her jaw. She got to the red phrase at the bottom, which was no longer glowing, having done its work, and she read it and she thought about James Potter sitting down to write this, thinking through every contingency, making sure his son had a way out that didn't depend on anyone else. She handed it back. Harry folded it and put it away. There is the question, Amelia said carefully, of where you'll go. You can't stay at the hospital indefinitely. There's foster provision through the ministry for, Kingsley said he'd tell me what happens to the Dursleys, Harry said. She registered the non sequitur for what it was, the subject change of a child who had heard where you'll go and opted to steer around it. He will. I want to stay near the investigation, Harry said. Near the Aurors. Until it's finished. Amelia looked at him. That's not standard procedure for, my dad didn't hide me, Harry said. He picked up his bowl and ate the last of the soup as though the conversation were continuing perfectly normally around this. He left me the letter. He didn't hide the letter. He trusted me to find it and do something with it and it worked. He looked at her. I'm not going to go somewhere and wait. Amelia was quiet. My dad said the small things fall through the gaps, Harry said. His letter said that about someone. He held her gaze. I don't want to fall through the gap again. She looked at him for a long moment. She thought about the report in her hands and the bolt on the outside of the cupboard door that 2 of her best Aurors had photographed tonight and the complete, damning absence of any portrait of Harry James Potter in the house he'd lived in since he was 15 months old. I'll speak with Shacklebolt, she said. Something will be arranged. Harry nodded. He put his bowl aside and picked up his book and then stopped and looked at her again. My dad's letter mentioned Sirius Black, he said. Amelia went very still. He said he was my godfather. He said he'd come if he could. Harry's eyes were level. Can he? Can he come? Amelia Bones kept her expression still with professional effort. There were questions arriving now, not about her investigation, but about a different set of decisions and what it would mean to answer this question honestly and what it would mean to wait. That, she said carefully, is something I'm going to need to look into. Harry looked at her the way he'd looked at Tonks when she'd said we'll come to that, patient, undeceived, filing the answer away for later. Okay, he said. Down the corridor, Tonks was talking to Hawksworth in a low, urgent voice. Somewhere else in the building, a clock struck 10. The rain on the window had eased to a light percussion, the storm working itself out. Amelia Bones stood and smoothed her robes and picked up her report and her notes, and she walked to the door, and then she turned back. Harry was reading his bare book with the concentration of a scholar. He turned a page. "Harry," she said. He looked up. "Your father was right," she said. "Some situations need trouble." She held his gaze. "And for what it's worth, I'm sorry it took us this long to come." Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "You came, though." And there was something in how he said it, not as consolation, not as forgiveness, but as fact, plain and acknowledged, and perhaps the only thing that mattered right now, that Amelia Bones would think about for a long time after she walked out of that room. She went out. The corridor was long and well lit, and already she was building the architecture of what came next, the charges, the hearings, the cascade of institutional consequence that would follow from one letter and one 5-year-old who'd had the sense to read it. The question of Sirius Black sat in her chest like something unresolved. Behind the closed door, Harry Potter turned another page. Chapter 3, The Boy Who Lived in a Cupboard. The prophet hit the streets at 6 in the morning. Someone had talked. This was not surprising. 41 wizards descending on a residential street in Surrey was not the kind of thing that stayed contained, and the ministry had more leaks than a roof in February. What was surprising was the speed of it, and the particular selection of details that made it into print, and the fact that whoever had spoken to the prophet's night desk had clearly done so with the specific intent of making the story as large as possible. The headline read, "Harry Potter Found, Boy Who Lived Discovered in Muggle Cupboard." Beneath it, a photograph, not of Harry, because no one had taken a photograph of Harry, but of number 4, Privet Drive, in the rain, with the shapes of Aurors moving around outside, dark cloaks wet and purposeful, wand light glowing through the windows. It was a striking image. The kind of image that made you feel something before you'd read a word. The subheading read, 5 years after Voldemort's defeat, Britain's greatest hero found living in conditions ministry officials are calling catastrophic. And beneath that, in smaller text, questions mount about who placed the child there, and who approved it. Tonks read it at the nurse's station at 6:30, hunched over the paper with a cup of tea going cold beside her, and she read it twice, and then she thought about who had the most to lose from those last 7 words, and she thought about the fact that those words were already in print, and she thought, well, here we go then. Harry was asleep. This in itself was remarkable. He had fallen asleep at some point after 10 with his bare book on his chest and his father's letter folded precisely under his hand, and he had not moved for 6 hours in the particular deeply still way of someone whose body has decided that it is, for the first time in recent memory, safe enough to properly let go. Healer Hawksworth had looked in on him at midnight and again at 3 and had made a note in his file each time, and the note said things like deep restorative sleep and excellent sign, and the part she didn't write in the file, because files were for facts, was what she'd thought looking at him, that he looked about half the size a well-cared-for 5-year-old should be, and that the fact that his body relaxed completely only when the people around him were at their most vigilant said something clear and terrible about the conditions he'd learned to sleep in before. Kingsley arrived at 7. He'd been at Privet Drive until past midnight and then at the ministry filing the preliminary incident report until 3, and he had slept approximately 90 minutes on his office couch before his alarm had pulled him up, and he looked like it, not disheveled, because Kingsley Shacklebolt was constitutionally incapable of looking disheveled, but carrying the particular stillness of someone running on wool rather than rest. He came in with the prophet under his arm and found Tonks at the nurse's station, and she looked at him and he looked at the paper, and neither of them said anything for a moment. "How is he?" Kingsley said. "Still asleep." Tonks wrapped both hands around her cold tea. "Bones came last night. She and Harry had quite the conversation. She told me." He pulled up a chair. "He asked about Sirius." Tonks went still. She told me that too, Kingsley said. What's the situation there, exactly? Because I know what I've been told, and I know that Harry's dad's letter named him as the intended guardian, and those two things feel like they might be about to collide, Kingsley said. Yes. He turned the Prophet over on the desk so the headline was face down. He'd deal with that problem shortly, but it didn't need to be face up while they talked. Sirius Black was arrested the day after the Potters died. He was accused of betraying the Potters' location to Voldemort and of killing 13 people, 12 Muggles, and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. He's in Azkaban. Tonks absorbed this. Tried? Kingsley looked at her. Oh, tell me he was tried. Kingsley said nothing. Tonks sat back. He's been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial. I've been pulling the file since Bones flagged it last night, Kingsley said. There is no trial record. There's an arrest record. There's a processing document from Azkaban. There's a deposition from Bartemius Crouch Sr. authorizing the imprisonment. He paused. There is no trial. Tonks was quiet for a moment. Then, that's not legal. No, Kingsley agreed. It isn't. They sat with that for a moment, in the particular way of people who work within a system and are watching the system's failures accumulate with the sick feeling of someone who has been too close to see the whole shape of something. Does Harry know? Tonks said. He knows his father named Sirius as his intended guardian. He doesn't know about Azkaban. When are we telling him? When we've worked out whether the situation can be addressed, because I'm not telling a 5-year-old his godfather is in prison and then doing nothing about it. Tonks looked at him. You think there's a case? I think the absence of a trial is a very solid starting point for one. He stood. Bones is already on it. She was at Crouch's office at 6 this morning, which by all accounts was not a pleasant visit for anyone. Good, Tonks said, with feeling. Kingsley checked his watch and went down the corridor to look in on Harry, and Tonks followed because she had nowhere better to be and also because she had, over the course of approximately 10 hours, developed the kind of protective investment in this particular child that she suspected was going to be an ongoing feature of her life from here on out, and she was not fighting it. They stood in the doorway. Harry was awake. He hadn't been when Tonks had checked 20 minutes ago, but he was now, sitting up in bed with his bare book in his lap, reading, with the focused quiet of someone who is very comfortable with their own company. He had the blanket pulled around his shoulders, and without the enormous hand-me-down clothes he looked even smaller than he had last night, properly small, 5-year-old small, except for his eyes, which were the same measuring green they'd been at the door to the cupboard, assessing in calm. He looked up when they appeared in the doorway. Morning, he said. Morning, Kingsley said. Sleep well? Harry considered this. The bed is softer than my mattress. That's good. There's no drip, Harry said. From the ceiling. It was raining but there was no drip. He looked at the ceiling briefly and then back at his book. I woke up a few times because I was waiting for it and it didn't come. Tonks made the careful breathing adjustment. Kingsley simply moved into the room and sat in the chair beside the bed. Hungry? He said. A bit. Harry put a finger in his book to mark his place. The paper came, he said. Kingsley looked at him. You saw it? The healer had it. She didn't think I could read it from where I was. A pause. I can read it from quite far away when I'm concentrating. What did you think? Harry looked at the window. Morning light, thin and grey, coming through the glass. It said Britain's greatest hero, he said. Is that me? That's what people call you, Kingsley said. The boy who lived. Because of what happened with Voldemort when you were a baby. Harry turned this over. But I didn't do anything, he said. I was a baby. Your mum did something, Kingsley said. And it worked through you. And because of it, Voldemort, the bad wizard, couldn't survive it. So people think I'm a hero because my mum loved me, Harry said. Kingsley was quiet. Essentially, yes. Harry thought about this for a while with the same systematic patience he brought to everything. That's a bit strange, he said. Calling me the hero when it was her. Tonks, in the doorway, pressed her lips together. Yes, Kingsley said. It is a bit strange. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. Harry, there's a lot that's going to happen in the next few days. People are going to want to talk to you, important people, ministry people. There's going to be a legal process about the Dursleys. And there are some things about your family that I want to tell you, when you're ready. Harry looked at him. Now is fine, he said. Are you sure? We can. I've been in a cupboard for 5 years, Harry said. It wasn't said with self-pity, just with the flat arithmetic of someone establishing a baseline. I've had a lot of time to be ready for things. Kingsley held his gaze. All right, he said. He told him about Sirius. Not everything, not the whole complicated tangle of what had and hadn't happened legally, not the 5 years without a trial, not the full horror of Azkaban, because Harry was 5 and there was a difference between being honest and being indiscriminate. But he told him the broad shape of it, that Sirius was his godfather, that James had named him as the person who should take Harry if anything happened, and that there had been a situation after the Potters died that had placed Sirius somewhere he couldn't currently come from, and that the situation was being looked into. Harry listened to all of it. Somewhere he couldn't come from, Harry said. You mean prison? Yes. Did he do it? Kingsley was careful. That's what we're trying to find out. Harry looked at his book for a moment. My dad trusted him, he said. He wrote it in the letter. He said Sirius would take a curse to the face for me without blinking. He looked up. My dad was smart. You said he was smart. He was. Then why would he trust someone who'd betray him? There it was again, the thing Tonks had run into at 10 o'clock last night, the thing that happened when Harry asked a question and you realized it had arrived at the same destination that trained adults were working toward, by an entirely different and considerably shorter route. He wouldn't, Kingsley said. That's exactly the question I'm asking. Harry nodded. The single decisive one. Good, he said. Let me know what you find out. I will. Healer Hawksworth appeared with breakfast, porridge and toast and a glass of juice, and Harry received it with a gratitude that was entirely internal and expressed only in the speed at which he started eating. Hawksworth exchanged a look with Kingsley over Harry's head that was several sentences long and involved no words. I'll need to examine him again this morning, she said. Full documentation for the legal proceedings. It'll take an hour, maybe more. That's fine, Kingsley said. He'll need appropriate accommodation arranged, she said. He can stay here another night if necessary, but a hospital isn't, it's not right for him long term. I know, Kingsley said. He looked at Harry, who was eating his porridge with concentration. I'm working on it. Hawksworth nodded and went, and Tonks came properly into the room and dropped into the second chair and put her feet up on the edge of the bed, which Harry looked at with mild interest, and Kingsley said, Tonks, and she took them down. What's your book about? Tonks said. A bear going on a picnic, Harry said. Some of the pages are torn out so I don't know exactly what happens in the middle but I've made up what I think is most likely. What do you think is most likely? The bear probably meets someone, Harry said. And they have the picnic together. Because the end page has a picture of the bear looking happy and it would be quite sad if he was happy just because of the food. Tonks opened her mouth and then closed it. When we're sorted, she said, I'm going to get you a proper copy of that book. Harry looked up at her. With all the pages? Every single page. He looked at her for a moment and then looked back at his food with a careful, private expression that he probably didn't know he was making, which was the expression of someone receiving something they've wanted for a long time and haven't allowed themselves to want too visibly. Right, he said. Okay. Albus Dumbledore arrived at St. Mungo's at 9:30. He did not contact anyone at the ministry first. He did not send an owl. He came directly, which was itself a message, that he considered this a situation in which normal channels did not apply, that he had an established relationship with the subjects of the matter that superseded institutional process. He arrived in the corridor outside Harry's room with his silver beard and his half-moon spectacles and his deep purple robes, and he looked like exactly what he was, the most powerful wizard in Britain, who was also the man who had placed Harry Potter in a cupboard in Surrey and had, by any documentation available, not checked on him once in 5 years. Kingsley was waiting in the corridor. This was not an accident. He'd been told Dumbledore was coming by the ward witch at the front desk, who'd passed it along with the kind of expression that suggested she wasn't sure what the correct protocol was and was extremely glad someone else was going to work it out. Kingsley had stationed himself outside Harry's room with his arms at his sides and his face in the particular neutral configuration that meant nothing good. "Kingsley," Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm, genuinely warm, the voice of a man who had real affection for the person he was addressing. "I've just heard. I came as quickly as I could." "Professor," Kingsley said. "I'd like to speak with you before you see him." "Of course." Dumbledore stopped. His blue eyes were measured behind the spectacles, taking in the posture and the position and the slight angle of Kingsley's stance. "How is he?" "He's improving. Healer Hawksworth has been thorough." "Good. Good." A pause. "I understand there was quite the response last night." 40 Aurors, I'm told." 41, Kingsley said. James Potter's alert was set to every active Auror in Britain. It was thorough. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression. "Brief, complex, gone." "James's alert," he said. "He built it as a contingency. Apparently he thought one might be needed." Kingsley kept his voice level. He had concerns about Petunia Dursley as a guardian. He made that very clear in the letter. "I was not aware of the letter," Dumbledore said. "No," Kingsley said. "I don't suppose you were." The silence between them had texture. Two men in a hospital corridor, one of them the most powerful wizard alive, the other a very good Auror who had spent the night looking at the documentation of what 5 years of an unchecked decision looked like, and who was not going to move. "Albus," Kingsley said, and used the first name deliberately, with the specific weight of man-to-man rather than the deference of former student to former headmaster. "The Dursleys are being charged. The documentation from last night and from Healer Hawksworth's examination is extensive. This is going to a formal hearing, probably a Wisengamot session." "I know," Dumbledore said. "You'll be asked to testify. About the decision to place Harry there. About the protections you put in place and what they were and what they weren't." "I know that as well." "There were no active magical protections on the house," Kingsley said. "The wards Mrs. Dursley was told existed, they weren't there." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The protection I placed was not a ward in the conventional sense," he said. "It was something older. Blood magic, tied to Lily's sacrifice and to Petunia being her closest living blood relative. As long as Harry could call that house home, he lived in a cupboard under the stairs," Kingsley said. "Could he call it home?" Dumbledore looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, something in the blue eyes shifted, not guilt, exactly, or not only guilt. Something more complicated. The look of a man who had made a calculation that he believed was correct and was now standing in the presence of what it had cost, and finding that the presence of it was harder than the calculation had been. "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "I don't suppose he could." Kingsley nodded. "You can see him. He's with Tonks. I'm going to ask that the visit is brief and that you don't discuss the ongoing legal proceedings." "Of course." "And," Kingsley said, "I'll ask that you hear what he says. He's 5. He's extraordinary. Don't manage him." Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles. "You've spent a night with him," he said. "Not critically, more like recognition." "I see." "I have," Kingsley said. "Go in." He stepped aside. Dumbledore went to the door and opened it, and Kingsley stayed in the corridor and watched through the small window. Harry was mid-conversation with Tonks about something. He had his hands out, demonstrating something with the earnest physicality of a child explaining an important concept, and when the door opened he turned and looked at Dumbledore and went still. Not frightened still. Assessment still. Tonks stood up and moved slightly, not in front of Harry, but to the side, the instinctive geometry of someone placing themselves in a position of access. Dumbledore came in and sat, without being invited, in the chair Kingsley had vacated. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said. "You're Dumbledore," Harry said. "I am." "You know my name." "I have your card," Harry said. He reached into the pocket of his clothes and produced the chocolate frog card from the night before, slightly bent at one corner. He held it up. The tiny painted Dumbledore waved. "You're famous." "So are you," Dumbledore said. "Because of my mum," Harry said. Dumbledore paused. "She was remarkable," he said. "One of the finest witches I ever taught." He held Harry's gaze with the full warmth of his attention, which was considerable. "You look like your father." "I know," Harry said. "Tonks told me." He tilted his head slightly. "Were you his teacher too?" "I was." "Did he do what I do?" Harry said. "The warm hands thing." "He was exceptional, yes." Harry considered this. Then, and this was the moment Kingsley watched through the window with particular attention, Harry said, "Why did you put me in the cupboard?" The room was very quiet. Dumbledore did not look away. "I placed you with your aunt and uncle," he said. "I didn't put you in the cupboard. That was their choice." "But you put me with them," Harry said. "Knowing." "Knowing what?" "That she wasn't kind," Harry said. "My dad's letter said you think in big shapes. It said the small things fall through the gaps." He held Dumbledore's gaze with complete steadiness. "I was the small thing." Dumbledore was very still. "I'm not angry," Harry said, which was perhaps the most devastating thing he could have said, because it was entirely true and it meant that Harry had processed this with the equanimity of someone who had long since accepted that the people who should have protected him had not, and had moved on to practicalities. "I just want to know why." "My dad trusted you. His letter said that." "He did," Dumbledore said. "So why didn't you check?" Harry said. "Not once. Tonks says you're brilliant. If you're that brilliant, why didn't you check?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. In the corridor, Kingsley watched the most powerful wizard in Britain sit in a hospital chair in front of a 5-year-old and have no answer that was good enough, and find, perhaps for the first time in a very long time, that brilliance was not the same as rightness. "I made assumptions," Dumbledore said finally. "I believed your aunt would, that blood would compel a care that choice had not. And I believed the magical protection was sufficient, that I would know if something went wrong." He paused. "I was wrong. I am deeply, profoundly sorry, Harry." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "Okay," Harry said. "Okay." Dumbledore said carefully. "Yeah," Harry said. "You're sorry. I heard you." He tucked the card back in his pocket. "But being sorry doesn't tell me what happens next. That's the more important part." Dumbledore blinked. Tonks, behind Dumbledore's shoulder, was doing something interesting with her face that involved keeping it very carefully still. "What happens next," Dumbledore said, "is that we make sure you're safe and well cared for." "Kingsley's doing that," Harry said. "What happens to Sirius?" Dumbledore's composure cracked, just slightly, not visible to most people, but Kingsley saw it through the window, the small adjustment of the hands on the chair arms. "Sirius is in prison," Harry said. "Without a trial. Kingsley told me." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "You knew about that?" "I was aware of the situation, yes." Did you try to fix it? The silence lasted several seconds. I should have, Dumbledore said. There were considerations. The war had just ended, the ministry was in chaos, Sirius was believed, but you knew he was my godfather, Harry said. My dad wanted him to have me. And you knew about him being in prison. He paused. Did you choose the Dursleys because Sirius was in prison? In part, Dumbledore said. Then why didn't you fix the prison part? Harry said. So he could come. Another silence. In the corridor, Kingsley realized he had stopped breathing. That, Dumbledore said slowly, is a question I cannot answer well, Harry. I can tell you that I believed at the time that Sirius was guilty. I can tell you that the evidence, my dad trusted him, Harry said, for the second time. His letter said he'd take a curse to the face for me. He looked at the window, the morning light coming in gray and thin. My dad knew him better than you did. Dumbledore looked at the boy in front of him and he looked, for a moment, genuinely old, not just white-haired and ancient but old, the way people get when the weight of what they've chosen accumulates in a particular moment and won't be managed away. Yes, he said quietly. He did. Harry gave him the nod. Single, decisive, the same as always. He'd received what he needed, not resolution, not comfort, but truth, or as much of it as was currently available. You can stay if you want, Harry said, with the gracious practicality of someone who has already moved on to the next item. But Healer Hawksworth is coming back soon for more tests, and she said it might be long, so it's up to you. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Harry for a long moment with an expression that was unreadable in its complexity, and then he said, You are very much your father's son. Good, Harry said. He sounded good. He opened his bare book. Could you close the door on your way out? The corridor is noisy. Dumbledore went out. He stood in the corridor with Kingsley and he was quiet for a moment that had significant weight. He's extraordinary, he said. I know, Kingsley said. He asked about Sirius. I know that too. Dumbledore looked at him. You told him. He had a right to know, Kingsley said. His father named Sirius his guardian. He asked a direct question. I answered it. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Kingsley, he said. The situation with Sirius Black is more complicated than, I'd like you to present any evidence you have about Sirius Black to the DMLE formally, Kingsley said. Whatever you know, whatever you believed, formally, on record. Because right now the record shows an arrest and no trial, and a 5-year-old who just told Britain's most powerful wizard that his father trusted Sirius, and a James Potter letter that says the same thing. He met Dumbledore's eyes. Whatever the situation is, it needs to be examined. Not managed. Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles for a long, measuring moment. You've changed, he said. I spent the night with Harry, Kingsley said. It'll do that. He left the corridor to go back inside. Healer Hawksworth's documentation took an hour and 40 minutes and covered 12 pages and she wrote every word of it with the specific care of someone who understood that what she was writing was going to matter in a room full of people who were paid to pick things apart. She documented measurements, height, weight, both considerably below the expected range for a child of Harry's age. She documented the healed indications of previous injury, the nutritional markers, the specific evidence of years of chronic underprovision rather than a single event or even several. She documented what Harry told her and she documented what she observed and she put it all into plain, precise language that left no room for reinterpretation. Harry sat through all of it. He did not complain. He did not fidget. When Hawksworth needed him to do something, stand here, hold this, answer that, he did it with a cooperative efficiency that was itself a kind of testament to the same qualities that had let him survive 5 years in a cupboard, which was an ability to read what a situation required and provide it without resistance. When it was done she told him he was very patient and he said, okay, in the tone of someone receiving information about themselves that they're neither pleased nor displeased by. Kingsley came back in when Hawksworth was gathering her things, and he brought lunch, actual lunch, from the hospital canteen, which was not exceptional food but was hot and plentiful, and set it on the tray without commentary, and Harry looked at the amount of it and back at Kingsley, and Kingsley said, "All of it," and Harry ate most of it without further discussion. "What's going to happen today?" Harry asked, between bites. "More documentation," Kingsley said. "My team is still at Privet Drive. We'll be there most of today." He paused. "There are people who want to speak with you. Officially. When you're ready." "Ministry people?" "Yes." "Not today," Harry said. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. "I want one day," Harry said. He looked at Kingsley with the directness that was his default setting. "Before everyone official starts talking at me. One day to just be." He gestured slightly, a small movement that encompassed the room, the morning light, the food, the simple ordinary fact of having space. "Is that allowed?" Kingsley thought about Amelia and her schedule and the 6 owls he'd received since 7 a.m. and the press, who were apparently now stationed outside St. Mungo's in the particular mob formation that suggested they weren't leaving. "Yes," he said. "That's allowed." Harry nodded. He finished his food. He looked out the window at the grey London sky. "I want to see my parents," he said. "Not, I know I can't see them. I know they're dead." He paused. "I want to see pictures. Of them. What they looked like." He looked at Kingsley. "Aunt Petunia didn't keep any." "I know," Kingsley said. He'd seen the documentation from Privet Drive, the hall of family photos with the single, consistent absence. "I'll find some. For tonight." "And the letter," Harry said. "My dad said there's another one. In the vault." "Gringotts," Kingsley said. "Yes. We'll go. Together?" "Together," Kingsley said. "You and me." Harry held his gaze for a moment. "Okay," he said. "Good." He pulled his bare book toward him. "Tonks said she'd get me the real copy," he said. "With all the pages." "Did she?" "With all the pages," Harry said. "So I can find out what happens in the middle." He looked at the battered paperback. "I think he meets someone." "That's what I think." "Could be," Kingsley said. "I hope he does," Harry said, turning to the first page. "Picnics are better with someone else." Kingsley sat with him. He didn't read, didn't work, didn't take out his communication stone. He just sat, in the chair beside the bed, while Harry read his partial book in the morning light. Outside, the press gathered. Inside the ministry, Amelia Bones was 3 meetings deep into the most significant shake-up the DMLE had seen in years. Down in Surrey, Kingsley's team was still cataloguing every inch of a house that should have been a home. In Azkaban, a man sat in a cell he'd occupied for 5 years without a trial. In a hospital room in London, Harry Potter read the same 12 remaining pages of his bare book with total concentration, and Kingsley Shacklebolt sat beside him and thought about James Potter writing a letter in the last weeks of his life and hiding it in a wall and trusting his son to find it. He thought, "We hear you, James. We're paying attention now." He thought, "It won't be enough. But we're paying attention." Harry turned a page. Chapter 4, What the Wizengamot Owes a Dead Man. The emergency session was called for a Wednesday. This was itself unusual. The Wizengamot met on scheduled dates, with scheduled agendas, submitted in triplicate and reviewed by 3 separate committees before anything made it to the floor. It was a body that moved with the institutional momentum of something very large and very old that had learned, over centuries, to treat urgency as a matter of perspective. Emergency sessions happened, dark wizard attacks, imminent magical catastrophes, the occasional werewolf legislation crisis, but they were rare, and calling one required the signature of either the chief warlock or the head of the DMLE, and it required cause. Amelia Bones had cause. She had 12 pages of it from Healer Hawksworth and 41 field reports from Privet Drive and a James Potter letter entered into evidence and, most importantly, she had the Prophet headline, which had been on every breakfast table in Wizarding Britain for 2 days and had generated a quantity of public correspondence to the ministry that required 3 additional staff just to sort. She called the session. Nobody tried to stop her. The courtroom was Chamber 7, the largest of the Wisingamot chambers, used for matters of significant public interest, with tiered seating for all 50 wizards and witches who comprised the body and a public gallery above. The gallery was full. Every seat taken, people standing at the back, a low continuous murmur that filled the stone-vaulted space like water in a bowl. Kingsley arrived with Harry at 9 in the morning, 2 hours before the session was due to begin, specifically because he wanted Harry to see the room before it was full. He'd learned, in the past 4 days, that Harry processed environments the way a mapmaker processed landscapes. He needed to walk through them first, understand their geography, before he could operate in them without spending half his attention on the logistics. Harry walked into Chamber 7 and stood at the center of the floor and turned around slowly. It was an ancient space. Stone walls, stone floors, the kind of proportions that communicated authority even when empty. The Wisingamot seating curved around 3 sides in a horseshoe, each position with its own high-backed chair and a small desk for papers. The chair at the open end of the horseshoe, the Chief Warlock's chair, was larger than the others, with arms worn smooth by centuries of use. Above, the gallery rail was carved with a repeating motif of scales and wands. Harry looked at all of it. He was wearing new clothes, not the enormous hand-me-downs, not hospital issue. Tonks had gone shopping yesterday with aggressive enthusiasm and returned with things in Harry's actual size, dark trousers, a green shirt the same shade as his eyes, a jacket that fit properly at the shoulders. He'd looked at them for a moment when she'd brought them in and then put them on with the particular care of someone handling objects that are nicer than anything they've previously owned. The glasses had been properly repaired by one of the healers, both lenses level, sitting straight on his nose. He looked, Kingsley thought, like a different child than the one from the cupboard. Same eyes. Same stillness. But he occupied space differently now, not smaller, not defensive. Just present. Where will I sit? Harry said. Public gallery, Kingsley said. With Tonks. Harry looked up at the gallery. I can see everything from there. Everything. He nodded. He walked along the floor of the chamber, not quite touching anything, just moving through the space like he was learning it by walking in it. He stopped in front of the center of the Wisingamot seating, the empty chairs, the morning light coming in from high windows and laying gold bars across the stone. Who's in trouble today? He said. The Dursleys, primarily. Their solicitor will present a defense. What's the defense? We'll find out, Kingsley said. There's also a formal questioning of the ministry's decision-making around your placement. That's broader. Dumbledore, Harry said. He'll be questioned, yes. Harry turned to look at him. Will he tell the truth? He'll be under oath, Kingsley said. Veritaserum adjacent, a binding magical affirmation. He won't be able to deliberately lie. Harry seemed to file this. Is he in trouble? He's being questioned, Kingsley said carefully. Whether that becomes trouble depends on the answers. Harry looked at the Chief Warlock's chair. Who sits there? Today. Griselda Marchbanks. She's senior enough, and Chief Warlock Dumbledore recused himself from presiding given that he's also a witness. He recused himself, Harry said. Yes. That's honest, Harry said. Something in his voice suggested he was giving credit where he found it, neither more nor less than was owed. Tonks appeared at the chamber entrance. She was in proper Auror robes today, dark and professional, though she'd kept her hair pink, which had generated a look from a passing ministry official that she'd returned with such complete serenity that the official had kept moving. Gallery's starting to fill, she said. Should probably get him up there before the crowd. Harry looked at the room one more time. He looked at the space on the floor where witnesses stood, and the chair reserved for those giving formal testimony, and the high windows and the carved gallery rail. "Okay," he said. "I'm ready." The gallery filled in the way that galleries fill when something is going to happen that people know they'll want to say they witnessed. There was a low-grade excited energy that Tonks found faintly nauseating given the circumstances. These were people treating Harry Potter's suffering as a spectacle, which was not the framing she'd have chosen, but she understood it. The wizarding world had spent 5 years with questions about Harry Potter, about where he was and whether he was all right and what he was like, and now here was the answer, and it was not the answer anyone had expected. She and Harry took seats at the front of the gallery, against the rail, where Harry could see clearly down into the chamber floor. He sat with his hands in his lap and watched the Wizengamot members file in with the same systematic attention he brought to everything. "That one looks cross," Harry said quietly, indicating a heavy-set wizard taking his seat on the far left with an expression of concentrated disapproval. "That's Tiberius Ogden," Tonks said. "He usually looks cross." "And that one?" "A small witch in emerald robes with a quick, sharp face. Augusta Longbottom. She's sharp. Generally fair." "And, Harry," Tonks said, "I'm not doing 47 individual briefings." 20, Harry said. "What?" "There are 47 seats. I only need the 20 most important ones. I can sort the others myself." Tonks stared at him. "You counted them." "When we came in this morning," Harry said, not looking at her, still watching the chamber. "While Kingsley was explaining where I'd sit. She started her 20 briefings. The Dursleys were brought in at 11:10, just before the session opened. They entered from the side door used for those appearing before the body, Vernon in a suit that had presumably been his idea of appropriate formal wear, Petunia in a pale grey dress that made her look even more drained than she had the last time Tonks had seen her. They had separate solicitors, as Kingsley had advised, and the two solicitors exchanged a look as their clients sat that suggested the advice had been passed along. Harry watched them come in. He watched them find their seats, watched Vernon look at the chamber with the expression of a man who is very angry and has decided that his anger is a form of dignity. Watched Petunia sit with her hands folded, eyes forward, the posture she'd had at the kitchen table. He watched them for a long, quiet moment and then he turned away, back to the chamber, without any visible event on his face. He simply looked and then stopped looking, the way you might look at a piece of furniture you've decided has no further relevance to your life. Tonks thought about asking if he was all right. She didn't, because he demonstrably was. Madame Marchbanks called the session to order at 11:22 with the tap of a carved gavel that rang through the chamber in a way that suggested it wasn't merely wood. She was a small woman of significant age with a spine like an iron rod and the voice of someone who had spent 60 years declining to be talked over, which was accurate. "This emergency session of the Wizengamot," she said, "is convened under Statute of Emergency Provision 4, called by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Madame Amelia Bones. Matters before this body are, firstly, the formal charges against Vernon Arthur Dursley and Petunia Elizabeth Dursley née Evans, and secondly, a formal inquiry into ministry decisions regarding the placement and welfare of Harry James Potter, minor. Are all parties present?" They were. "Then we'll begin." The Dursley portion was first, and it was not pleasant, and it was not brief. Their solicitors tried. Dursley's man, a fleshy wizard named Grunback who had the energy of someone billing by the hour, argued that the Dursleys had been placed in an impossible situation by the wizarding world itself, that they had not asked for the child, had not consented to the arrangement, and that the responsibility for any inadequacy in the conditions lay with those who had made the arrangement rather than those who had been obligated to honor it. It was not a terrible argument. It had a degree of logical coherence. It ran into the problem of Healer Hawksworth's report. Amelia presented the report in sections, which was more devastating than presenting it whole because each section had to be absorbed before the next one arrived. Weight and height statistics. Nutritional markers. Evidence of physical incidents that had been treated at a Muggle hospital and documented with the explanation of accidental falling. The cupboard. The bolt. She presented it in a flat, precise voice that was worse than outrage would have been, because outrage has emotion in it and emotion can be managed, and there was nothing emotional in Amelia's delivery, just fact after fact after fact, landing in the chamber like stones dropped into still water. The Wisengamot members listened. Some took notes. Some didn't move. In the gallery, Harry watched. When Grunback cross-examined Hawksworth's report, he suggested that the bolt on the cupboard door might have other explanations, that children often slept in unconventional spaces, that the weight and height statistics for magical children were not identical to those for Muggles and that the Muggle hospital record showed no evidence of, the bolt locked from the outside, Amelia said, cutting across cleanly. There is no explanation for that configuration that doesn't involve intentional containment. Grunback tried another approach. He suggested that Harry Potter was a magical child of exceptional and documented instability, that accidental magic from a child of that power level presented genuine hazards to a non-magical household, that the Dursleys had been managing a situation, managing it, said Augusta Longbottom, from her seat, and her voice did not require a question mark because it conveyed one perfectly well without. With a bolt. The chamber was briefly quiet. Vernon Dursley was called to give testimony. He stood with his chin up, and he gave his account in the tone of a man who has decided that confidence is sufficient armor, and the account he gave was that Harry had been a difficult child, unusual, prone to strange occurrences, that the cupboard had been a temporary measure that had become, that they had thought it was, that the boy had, Mr. Dursley, Madam Marchbanks said. You are under affirmation. Please be precise. Vernon Dursley's chin came down a fraction. He looked at the stone floor. We gave him a room, he said. Eventually. He had a room. He had a room from when to when? From, a few years ago. He was found in the cupboard 2 days ago, Amelia said. Which years, precisely, was he in the room? Vernon said nothing. The chamber said nothing. The gallery said nothing, but Tonks felt Harry very still beside her, not even looking at Vernon now, looking at a point somewhere on the far wall, and she thought about what it must be to sit in the gallery of an ancient stone chamber and watch someone be asked to account for what they'd done to you and find the accounting insufficient. She looked at Harry. He was watching the far wall. After a moment he said, very quietly, just to her, he's trying to make it smaller. He is, she said. It won't work, Harry said. Because Kingsley's team has the documentation. Yes. And because I'm here, Harry said. Not with satisfaction, not with anger. Just as a logical observation. And I know what it was. Yeah, Tonks said. You do. He nodded and looked back at the chamber and Vernon Dursley continued trying to make it smaller and it continued not working. Petunia's testimony was different in kind if not in outcome. Her solicitor was better than Grunback, a sharp woman named Hirsch who understood that the defense for Petunia was not justification but context, and who presented the case that Petunia Dursley had been handed an infant by a wizard who had made certain promises about oversight and support and magical protection, that she had been managing a magical child with no resources or knowledge, and that the failures were real but the responsibility was distributed. It was, genuinely, a better argument. It ran into the problem that the court asked Petunia whether she had, at any point in 5 years, contacted the wizarding world to report that the arrangement was not working. She had not. It asked whether she had, at any point, sought to improve Harry's conditions. She had not. It asked whether she had, at any point, told Harry who his parents were. She had not. Madam Marchbanks recorded all of this. She looked at Petunia for a long moment, and in that look was the concentrated assessment of someone who has been sorting through human behavior and its consequences for several decades and has become very good at seeing the whole shape of a thing. Mrs. Dursley, she said. You did not want the child. No, Petunia said. But you kept him. Yes. And you did not treat him as your family. A pause. No. That will be reflected in the findings, Madam Marchbanks said, and moved on. The second portion of the session began after a 40-minute recess that the gallery used to generate a significant quantity of noise that required 2 calls to order to settle. James Potter's letter was formally entered into evidence. Kingsley presented it, the original, in its cream envelope, the stag seal now inert but visible, the handwriting clear enough that the certification crystal could read it directly. He read selected passages into the record, and his voice was steady throughout, which was an act of will that Tonks, watching from the gallery, fully appreciated. When he read Petunia Dursley is not kind. I've seen her with your mother. I know what she is. The chamber was as quiet as the chamber had been at any point that morning. When he read I set this up because I've been putting off writing it and your mother found the draft under my desk and said James, for the love of all that's holy, just write the bloody letter. There was something that moved across the room, not laughter, not quite, but something adjacent to it. Something that was the complicated response of 50 people being reminded that the man who wrote this letter was not an abstraction or a historical figure but a person with a wife who found his drafts under his desk and told him to just get on with it. When he read please make a lot of noise, Tonks heard 2 separate people in the gallery make sounds. The letter went into the record. The copy was made by certification crystal, and the original was returned to an evidence envelope that would eventually, Kingsley had confirmed, be returned to Harry. Permanently. Then Dumbledore was called. He came down from the gallery. He'd been sitting in public, not with the DMLE, which was a choice that meant something, and he took the witness position with the unhurried dignity of someone who has appeared in significant rooms before. He looked more tired than he had at St. Mungo's. 2 days older in a way that had nothing to do with physical age. Madame Marchbanks administered the oath. Dumbledore accepted it. Professor Dumbledore, Amelia said, standing. You placed Harry Potter with the Dursley family on the 1st of November, 1981. I did. You did so without the involvement of the Ministry, the Wisengamot, or any formal guardianship process. I did. You did so knowing that James Potter's stated wishes were that Harry be placed with Sirius Black. A pause. I was aware of James's wishes, yes. And you disregarded them. I believed the situation required, yes or no, Professor. Did you disregard James Potter's stated wish that Sirius Black be given guardianship of his son? Dumbledore looked at Amelia steadily. Yes, he said. The chamber murmured. On what basis? Sirius Black had been arrested and was being held on suspicion of betraying James and Lily Potter's location to Voldemort, Dumbledore said. Under those circumstances, I deemed him unsuitable. He had not been tried, Amelia said. He had not been convicted. He was a suspect. The legal presumption in the wizarding world, as in any legal system, is innocence prior to proven guilt. I made a judgment, Dumbledore said. You made a unilateral decision about the welfare of a child based on an assumption of guilt that was never tested in any court of law, Amelia said. And then you placed that child in a non-magical home with no formal guardianship arrangement, no monitoring provision, and no documented follow-up. The protection I placed has already been addressed, Amelia said. The blood magic protection, if it existed in the form you describe, was contingent on conditions that were not verified and not enforced. You told Mrs. Dursley there were protections. You did not verify that the conditions of those protections were being met. You did not return to the house. You did not check on the child. She looked at him. In 5 years. No, Dumbledore said. I did not. The chamber was quiet. Why? Madame Marchbanks said, from her chair. Dumbledore looked at her. I believed, he said, that love, that the connection of blood, of family, would prove sufficient. That Petunia Dursley would, despite her feelings about the magical world, care for her sister's child. You believed it, Madame Marchbanks said. On what evidence? On instinct, he said. On hope. Hope, said Augusta Longbottom, and she said it with the precision of a woman landing something sharp. Yes, Dumbledore said. And I was wrong. I have said so. I was profoundly wrong, and the consequences of that error were borne by a child who had no part in the decision. He looked up at the gallery, his eyes found Harry without appearing to search, and he held that gaze for a moment. There is nothing I can say that adequately addresses what Harry experienced in that house. I can only say that it was not what I intended, and that I understand, that I am beginning to understand, that intention is not sufficient accounting. The gallery was quiet. Harry met his gaze. He didn't look away, didn't nod, didn't react. He just held the look with those green eyes, clear and steady, like he was reading something. Then he turned to look at Tonks and said, quietly, "He means it." Tonks looked at him. "Yeah," she said. "I think he does." "Meaning it doesn't make it not wrong," Harry said. "No," Tonks said. "It doesn't." Harry nodded and looked back at the chamber. Amelia continued. She asked about the Sirius Black situation, what Dumbledore knew, when he'd known it, what he'd done or not done. Dumbledore answered all of it under oath, which meant there was no fog, no managed ambiguity, just the plain shape of the decisions as they'd actually been made, and the plain shape was not flattering but it was, evidently, honest. He had believed Sirius guilty. He had not pushed for a trial, had assumed the Ministry's handling was sufficient. He had not revisited the assumption when time passed, had not investigated when doubts occurred to him, and he admitted, under oath, that doubts had occurred to him, that there were elements of the account that hadn't fit cleanly, that he had chosen not to pursue them because pursuing them meant reopening a case that was politically complicated and personally painful. "You chose comfort," Amelia said. I chose stability," Dumbledore said. "For the world. For the recovery from the war. I made calculations that I believed served the greater. A man has been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial," Amelia said. "And a child has been in a cupboard for 5 years without intervention. These are not the products of serving the greater good, Professor. These are the products of allowing comfortable assumptions to go unchallenged." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "They are." The chamber sat with that. Madame Marchbanks called a recess for deliberation. The gallery erupted the moment she stepped back from the gavel. Tonks put a hand on Harry's shoulder, lightly, asking rather than assuming, and Harry didn't shrug it off. "Are you okay?" she said. "Yeah," Harry said. He was watching the chamber floor, where Amelia was talking to a colleague with rapid efficiency. "He said the right things." "Dumbledore?" "Yeah. All the right things. Harry paused. He was working out how to say something, his brows slightly creased, the same focused look he got over his bare book. "I just want to make sure the right things get written down. Somewhere it can't be changed later." Tonks looked at him. "It's on the record," she said. "Every word. Under oath. It goes in the archive." Harry considered this. "And Sirius?" "Amelia's already moving on that," Tonks said. "She flagged it before this session. There's going to be a review." "A trial?" Harry said. "A real one." "Working toward it," Tonks said. "It takes time, I know," Harry said, and he said it without impatience. "I know it takes time. I just want to know it's happening." "It's happening," Tonks said. "I promise." He looked at her. "That's 2 promises from Aurors," he said. "We're a trustworthy bunch," Tonks said. "Kingsley's made 2 as well," Harry said. "So that's 4 total. Are you keeping account?" "Not officially," Harry said, and the corner of his mouth moved, which was the closest thing to a smile she'd seen from him and which hit her somewhere in the chest with the force of something very small and very precise. "But yeah." "Good," Tonks said. "Keep us accountable." The deliberation took 38 minutes. Madame Marchbanks returned with the findings, which were read in the formal language of Wisengamot proceedings and which, translated out of that language, meant the following. The Dursleys were found guilty on all primary charges. Vernon Dursley received a sentence of 2 years in the wizarding prison facility at Dementor's Secure Hold, a non-Azkaban facility, which was the right decision, since Azkaban was a problem the court was going to have to address separately and soon, with 3 years of supervised monitoring and a permanent restriction on contact with any magical minor. Petunia Dursley, given the mitigating context of her own position as an unknowing party to the magical arrangements, received a suspended sentence of 18 months, community service within the magical welfare system, and a mandatory magical child welfare education program that Tonks, reading the description, thought was probably more creative a punishment than prison. Additionally, the court formally censured the ministry's handling of Harry Potter's placement, named the decision to bypass formal guardianship processes as a critical failure, and opened a formal inquiry into the unresolved question of Sirius Black's imprisonment, mandating a review within 30 days and a formal hearing within 60. They also, in the final item, formally recognized James Potter's alert system as legally valid protective evidence and entered the letter into the permanent record of the Potter family estate. The final item was read by Madame Marchbanks in the same measured tone as everything else, and she said, "Let the record show that this body acknowledges its debt to James Potter, who in the last weeks of his life took measures to protect his son that this institution should have taken itself. The record reflects this failure. The record reflects the intent to do better." She looked up at the gallery. Her old eyes found Harry easily, the way the eyes of someone who has presided over 60 years of proceedings tend to find the people who matter in a room. "Harry James Potter," she said. "This body owes you an apology. I offer it on behalf of the Wizengamot. It is insufficient. It is offered regardless." The gallery was completely quiet. Harry looked at Madame Marchbanks for a long moment. Then he nodded, not the single decisive one he gave to information received and filed. Something slightly different. Something that acknowledged the weight of what had been said. "Thank you," he said. His voice was clear, carrying easily in the stone space. 5 years old, in a green shirt that matched his eyes, in the gallery of an ancient chamber that owed him something it couldn't repay. "My dad wanted me to make a lot of noise," he said. I think this is what he meant. Something happened in the chamber, not noise, not applause, but a collective shift, 50 people and a full gallery all moving through the same feeling at the same moment, the feeling of something that has been wrong for a long time becoming, not right, but at least visible. Amelia Bones, on the floor below, looked up at Harry with something that might have been, briefly, relief. Then the gallery found its voice, and the relief was replaced with noise, and Tonks put both hands over her ears reflexively and Harry didn't flinch at all. He was watching Amelia, below. "She's already thinking about the next thing," he said, to Tonks, over the noise. "She always is," Tonks said. "Good," Harry said. "So am I." He stood up from his gallery seat and straightened his jacket, new, fitted, properly his, and looked down at the chamber one more time. "Gringotts next," he said. "My dad's vault." "Soon," Tonks said. "Kingsley promised," Harry said. And he turned and walked toward the gallery exit with the steady unhurried purpose of someone who has somewhere to be and isn't afraid of what they'll find when they get there. Behind him the chamber talked and argued and processed and began, slowly and incompletely, to reckon with itself. Chapter 5, The Inheritance. Gringotts was older than the ministry and it looked it. The building sat at the end of Diagon Alley like something that had grown there rather than been built, white marble and brass and the particular solidity of a structure that has outlasted several civilizations and is entirely aware of this fact. The steps going up were steep and the doors were heavy and the goblins at the entrance looked at everyone who passed through with the professional suspicion of beings who have been managing other people's money for 1,000 years and have developed firm opinions about the people. Harry came up the steps between Kingsley and Tonks and looked at everything with the measuring attention he brought to new spaces. The alley behind them was already a complication, they'd come via the leaky cauldron and the brick wall passage, and word had spread, because word always spread, and there had been people stopping and staring with the specific stunned quality of someone seeing something they'd thought was theoretical suddenly become real. Harry had not stopped. He'd looked at them, at the staring faces, at the pointed fingers, at a woman who'd actually grabbed her companion's arm and said that's actually him loud enough to carry, and he'd kept walking at the same pace without speeding up or slowing down, and Kingsley had matched him and Tonks had matched him, and they'd come up the steps and through the doors and the heavy brass had closed behind them. People do that a lot, Harry said, inside. They will, Kingsley said. For a while. The staring, Kingsley confirmed. And other things. Owls. People writing to you. Harry looked at the vast interior of the bank, the long marble counters, the goblins perched on their high stools, the chandeliers, the doors going back into the vaults. He looked at it the way he'd looked at the Wisengamot chamber yesterday, the systematic cartography of a new place. I don't mind people knowing who I am, Harry said. I just want to be the one who decides what they know. Kingsley looked at him. They stare because they think I'm the boy from the cupboard, Harry said. Or because they think I'm the boy who defeated Voldemort. Neither of those is, it's not wrong, exactly. But it's not all of it. He watched a goblin cross the floor with a stack of ledgers. I want to know what else I am first. Before everyone else decides. That's why we're here, Kingsley said. A goblin at the nearest counter looked up. He had the sharp face and the sharp eyes of all goblins, and his expression as he assessed the three people approaching him went through several rapid recalibrations that he didn't bother to conceal. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Kingsley said. And Harry James Potter. We're here regarding the Potter estate. The goblin looked at Harry for a long, specific moment. Goblins had their own relationship with magical signatures, they read them the way some people read handwriting, and whatever he read in Harry's was enough to bring him down from his stool, which was not something goblins did lightly. Account Manager Ragnarok will see you, the goblin said. Follow me. They were shown not to the standard consultation rooms near the front of the bank but to a deeper set of rooms that Harry gathered, from the length of the walk and the changing quality of the air, were in a more significant part of the building. The corridor was stone, older than the marble of the lobby, with doors of dark wood banded in iron. Ragnarok was waiting. He was older than the goblin at the counter, which in goblin terms manifested as additional sharpness rather than any softening, as though age had refined his edges rather than rounded them. He had a ledger open on the desk and two other objects beside it, a sealed box of dark wood and a letter in a cream envelope, thicker than the one from the cupboard. Harry looked at the envelope. Same handwriting. Leaning forward, in a hurry. Same stag on the seal, except this one was red and the wax was unbroken. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. He said it with the specific courtesy that goblins reserved for people they took seriously, which was not many people. Please sit. Harry sat. Kingsley and Tonks took seats behind him, slightly back, a positioning that Harry had not asked for but which felt right, in the way that good things sometimes feel right immediately. I'll explain the process, Ragnarok said, and then we'll proceed at your pace. The Potter estate has been in managed suspension since November of 1981, pending the majority of the primary heir or the confirmed guardianship of a secondary trustee. Neither condition has been met until now. Managed suspension, Harry said. What does that mean? It means the vaults have been maintained, the properties have been maintained, and the active investments have continued to operate under Gringotts management. It means nothing has been lost or diminished. The estate is fully intact. He opened the ledger. It also means that several interested parties have attempted, over the past 5 years, to claim access to the estate on various grounds, and that all such attempts have been declined. Who tried? Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him with something that might have been approval. That information is restricted until you are of majority, he said. At which point you may request the full access log. I can tell you that no attempts were successful. Harry filed this with visible precision. Okay, he said. What's in the estate? We'll go through it in sections, Ragnarok said. He turned a page in the ledger. The liquid holdings first. The Potter family has maintained 3 vaults at Gringotts. Vault 713, the ancestral vault, locked until you reach 17, the main family vault, Vault 687, and a secondary trust vault that was established specifically for you by your father 8 months before his death. He made me my own vault, Harry said. He did. He funded it separately from the main estate. He wanted it accessible immediately upon your being brought to Gringotts by a recognized guardian or legal representative. Ragnarok paused. We have been waiting for someone to bring you. Harry absorbed this quietly. For 5 years, he said. 5 years, Ragnarok confirmed. Something in the room felt like the weight of that. The trust vault contains a sum in galleons sufficient for your education and living expenses through your Hogwarts years and beyond, at a comfortable provision, Ragnarok said. I won't give you numbers today, they'll be in your account documents. The main family vault contains the primary Potter wealth, which is considerable. The Potters have been a prominent family for 3 generations and a significant family for 6. The ancestral vault I cannot detail until your 17th year. Properties, Harry said. You mentioned properties. Ragnarok turned 2 pages. The Potter family owns 4 properties. Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow, currently sealed and maintained, with the damage from the events of 1981 preserved under a magical hold pending your instruction on whether to restore or preserve. A pause. Your parents died there. The decision of what to do with the property is yours, whenever you're ready to make it. Harry looked at the desk. Okay, he said, with a careful steadiness. A property in Edinburgh, a townhouse, fully maintained, currently unoccupied. A cottage in Wales that has been rented to a Muggle family for the past 30 years on an inherited lease that your father extended. And a property in London, a flat, Muggle district, that your grandfather purchased and that has sat empty since your grandmother's death in 1979. Harry was quiet for a moment. All of those are mine. All of those are yours. He looked at Kingsley briefly, a single look that carried several things, most of which Kingsley read and nodded slightly in response to. The Edinburgh townhouse, Kingsley said. Is it habitable? Fully maintained, Ragnarok said. Furnished, warded, ready. That might be, we'll come back to that, Kingsley said, mostly to himself. What else? Harry said. Investments, Ragnarok said. Stakes in several wizarding businesses, Flourish and Blots, a minority stake in the Nimbus Company, 2 properties in Hogsmeade that generate rental income. And there are several accounts with the Department of Magical Inheritances that hold gifts made to you in your infancy that have been accumulating. Gifts, Harry said. From the wizarding public, Ragnarok said carefully. In the months following the events of Halloween 1981, a significant number of families contributed to your accounts. The total is substantial. The interest alone over 5 years is considerable. Harry was quiet. People gave me money, he said, because they thought I saved them. Yes. But I didn't do anything. I was a baby. The sentiment, Ragnarok said, with the careful neutrality of a goblin discussing human behavior, was genuine, regardless of the logic. Harry looked at his hands. That doesn't feel right, he said. Using money people gave me because, he stopped. Can I give some of it away? To people who did fight. Who lost people. Ragnarok looked at him with the specific expression of a goblin reassessing an estimate. That can be arranged, he said. When you're ready. I'll make a list, Harry said. He said it the way he said everything, simply, as though the resolution were obvious once the problem was correctly identified. Now, Ragnarok said. He placed both hands on the desk with a formality that signaled the end of the accounting section and the beginning of something else. There is the matter of the letter and the box. He slid both forward. The box was perhaps 12 inches long, 6 wide, dark wood with brass fittings and a lock in the shape of a stag mid-stride. The envelope beside it was the thick cream paper, the forward-leaning handwriting, the unbroken seal. Your father came to Gringotts in September of 1981, Ragnarok said. 6 weeks before he died. He made changes to the will, established the trust vault, and deposited the box and the letter. He asked that they be given to you at the first opportunity when you came of your own volition, not as a ministry provision, not as a formal estate proceeding, but when you came yourself, with someone you chose to come with. Harry's hands went still on the desk. He said with someone you chose, Harry said. Those were his words. Harry turned and looked at Kingsley. Not a long look, just a look, the kind that established something, made something true by witnessing it. I chose, Harry said. Kingsley said nothing but held the look. Harry turned back to the desk and picked up the envelope. He broke the seal himself, which required no warmth in his hands this time, the wax dissolved cleanly, recognizing him, and the envelope opened. This letter was longer than the one in the cupboard, 6 full pages, and Harry spread them on the desk with the care of someone who understands they're handling something that has been waiting a long time to be read. He read it quietly. Tonks and Kingsley didn't read over his shoulder. Ragnarok arranged some papers at the other end of the desk with the studied busyness of a professional granting privacy. Harry read for 12 minutes. He didn't make sounds. His face moved through several things, not dramatically, but there were shifts, the small adjustments of someone walking through a room that has a lot of furniture. When he was done he folded the pages carefully and put them back in the envelope. Okay, he said. Okay. Tonks said. He tells me about them, Harry said. About him and my mum. What they were like. His voice was even but not empty, there was something in it that was being held carefully, the way you hold something full. He tells me about the night I was born. And he describes our house. What it looked like before. He paused. He tells me what he was afraid of. Not Voldemort. What he was actually afraid of. He looked at the envelope in his hands. He was afraid I'd grow up not knowing them. Not knowing who they were. He said he could handle dying if I knew. Nobody said anything. He tells me about Sirius, Harry continued. About why he trusted him. What happened with Sirius and there was a plan. To make someone else the secret keeper instead of Sirius, at the last minute. He looked up. He writes about it in the letter. Kingsley went very still. He says Sirius suggested the switch, Harry said. To Peter Pettigrew. Because Sirius thought everyone would assume it was him. He says it was Sirius's idea to use Peter instead, because he was less obvious. Smaller. My dad says in the letter that he agreed because Sirius's logic was sound. He held the letter against his chest for a moment. He says that was the mistake. Not trusting Sirius. Trusting Peter. The room was quiet. Peter Pettigrew, Kingsley said. Carefully. The one who died, Harry said. In the street. After my parents. The one Sirius was supposed to have killed. Supposed to have, Kingsley said. Harry looked at him with those green eyes. My dad says Peter was the traitor, he said. He didn't know, when he wrote this is before it happened. He writes it as if something goes wrong, if we're found, it means Peter gave us up. It means Sirius was right about Peter and we should have listened more carefully. He writes it as a contingency. He put the letter down on the desk. My dad wrote this 6 weeks before Voldemort came to the house. He wrote it as a what if. And the what if happened. Which means Peter gave them up. Kingsley was already reaching for his communication stone. Kingsley, Amelia's voice when he connected was the voice of someone already in the middle of 6 things. I'm in Peter Pettigrew, Kingsley said. I need you to pull everything on Pettigrew. Body recovery, forensic documentation, everything from the scene in 1981. I need it now. A silence. Where are you? Gringotts. Harry I'll explain. Pull Pettigrew. Another silence. On it. The stone went quiet. Harry watched this with the expression he'd had in the Wisengamot gallery, the one that tracked things and filed them. If Peter faked his death, he said. We need evidence, Kingsley said. What's in the letter is extremely significant, but it's a dead man's contingency, Harry said. I know. He looked at Ragnarok. The box, he said. Ragnarok slid the box forward. The key is the lock, he said. Your bloodline is the key. Harry put his hand on the stag-shaped lock. The warmth came immediately, stronger than it had been in the cupboard, a bright clean heat that ran up his arm and through his chest, and the lock turned without needing to be turned. It simply recognized him and opened, and the lid came up. Inside the box, arranged with care, was a collection of objects. A photograph, moving, a wizarding photograph, the first Harry had ever seen, and he picked it up and looked at it, and his face did the thing it had done while reading the letter, the careful movement through several things. Two people, young, a man with wild dark hair and glasses very like Harry's own, and a woman with red hair and green eyes that were exactly Harry's eyes, in exactly Harry's shade. They were outside somewhere, summer, laughing at something out of frame, and then the man, James, looked at the camera and back at the woman and pulled her in by the shoulder, and she was still laughing, and then she looked at the camera too, and they were both looking, and their faces were the faces of people who are very happy and know it, the rare particular face of someone living inside a good moment rather than looking back at it. Harry looked at this photograph for a long time. Then he set it very gently on the desk in front of him. He didn't say anything about it. He went back to the box. There was a letter from his mother, different handwriting, rounder, with small drawings in the margins. A sealed packet of what felt like more photographs. A small carved wooden stag, clearly handmade, worn smooth with handling. A folded piece of paper with the Hogwarts crest that turned out to be James's Newt's results, with a note from Lily in the margin that said finally. Only took you 4 attempts on potions, you absolute disaster. A ring, a man's ring, gold, with the Potter family crest, sized for an adult hand. And at the very bottom, wrapped in velvet, a piece of parchment with the Gringotts seal. Harry unwrapped the parchment. He read it. He read it again. He held it out to Kingsley. Kingsley took it, read it, and was quiet for a moment. Then, this is James's will. The relevant part is the 3rd section, Harry said. Kingsley read the 3rd section. In the matter of my son Harry James Potter, primary guardianship to Sirius Orion Black, godfather. Secondary guardianship to Remus John Lupin. In the event that neither party is able to serve, guardianship to be determined by the Wisengamot in formal proceeding. Under no circumstances is guardianship to be assigned to Petunia Elizabeth Dursley or any member of the Dursley family, this restriction to be legally binding and not subject to override by any individual acting outside formal legal process. That last clause. Not subject to override by any individual acting outside formal legal process. Kingsley looked at Harry. He thought of that, Harry said. He specifically thought of someone trying to go around it. He held Kingsley's gaze. My dad knew. He suspected, Kingsley said. He was protecting against it. And Dumbledore placed me with the Dursleys anyway, Harry said. Not with heat. Just as a statement of the logical sequence. Which means he placed me there in direct violation of a legally binding will. Kingsley set the parchment down carefully. He did the arithmetic of what this meant for the Wisengamot session that had happened yesterday, for the inquiry that had been opened, for the formal record. Yes, he said. That's what it means. Harry took the will back and looked at it for another moment, at his father's handwriting on the clauses, at the specific care of those last words, and then he put it back in the box with the same deliberateness with which he'd handled everything else. I want to go to the Edinburgh house, Harry said. When we're sorted here. Kingsley looked at him. We can arrange, I want to live somewhere, Harry said. I've never lived somewhere. I've stayed places. The cupboard was a place I stayed. He looked at the desk. I want somewhere that's mine. That people know is mine. That no one can come and move me out of without process. Without it being legal. He looked at Kingsley. Can you be my guardian? Officially? Is that allowed? The question sat in the air. Kingsley was quiet for a moment that felt considered rather than hesitant. The will name's Sirius and Lupin, he said. We need to work through, I know, Harry said. When Sirius comes out, if he comes out, I want that. I think I want that. His voice was careful, working something out in real time. But until then. Someone official. Someone I know. He looked at Kingsley steadily. You came first. When the alert went off. You were the first one through the door. I was, Kingsley said. My dad's letter said the best Aurors are good people, Harry said. I think you're a good person. Tonks made the controlled breathing adjustment again. She was going to have to get better at that. Kingsley looked at Harry for a long moment. 5 years old, in a Gringotts meeting room, with his father's photograph on the desk and his father's will in a box and the particular precision of someone who has spent 5 years sorting people into categories based on whether or not they could be trusted, and has now, for the first time, landed someone in the trustworthy category and is saying so. I'll apply for temporary guardianship today, Kingsley said. It'll need to be formally approved, but Amelia can expedite, she will, Harry said, with complete confidence. You're very certain of that? She doesn't leave things unfinished, Harry said. I saw her at the session yesterday. She's already on to the next thing. She was even while Madame Marchbanks was still talking. He picked up the photograph of his parents and looked at it once more. I want to meet Remus Lupin, he said. We'll find him. And I want to go to Godric's Hollow, Harry said. Eventually. Not now. But eventually. He put the photograph down, looked at it for the last moment before it went back in the box. I want to see where they lived. Before. He touched the edge of the photograph gently with one finger. He said the house was good. The letter said the house was full of light in the morning. He put the photograph back. Closed the box. Put his hand on the lid for a moment. Then he looked at Ragnarok. The Edinburgh house, he said. What do I need to sign? They left Gringotts 2 hours later. The alley was busier than when they'd arrived, midday now, the wizarding shopping district at something like full capacity, and the news from the Wisengamot session had clearly filtered through because the staring was more sustained now, and there was a woman from the Prophet hovering at the bottom of the steps with a quick quotes quill that started scratching the moment Harry appeared. Harry Potter, she called up. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet, can I ask you a few? No, Harry said pleasantly, not stopping. Just a few questions about your time with the Dursleys. No, Harry said, still walking. What do you say to people who are calling the Ministry's handling of your case a national disgrace? Harry stopped. Kingsley and Tonks both registered this and positioned themselves, not in front of him, but adjacent, the geometry of people ready to move if needed. Harry looked at Rita Skeeter. She was a blonde woman with large glasses and a quick quotes quill that was already writing something even though Harry hadn't spoken, which he clocked immediately. Your quill is writing already, he said. I haven't said anything. Skeeter blinked. It's writing something that you'll put my name next to, Harry said. Even though I haven't said it. He looked at the quill, at Skeeter, at the gathering crowd at a polite distance. I'll answer your question. What I say is, yes. It was a disgrace. The Wisengamot said so officially. It's in the record. You can look it up. He held her gaze. That's my answer. Quote that, with my name on it. Skeeter stared at him. The quill scratched furiously. But that's not actually what you're interested in, Harry said. You want something more personal. Something about being sad or scared or grateful. He tilted his head. I'm not going to give you that. Not because I don't feel things. Because those things are mine and you'd use them incorrectly. I'd report what your quill started writing before I spoke, Harry said again, patiently, clearly, loud enough that several people nearby heard it. I don't think I need to explain the problem there. He turned and walked on. Tonks pulled up alongside him and lowered her voice. That was, I don't know if antagonizing Skeeter is, I didn't antagonize her, Harry said. I just didn't pretend not to notice the thing that was obvious. He stepped around a family coming the other way, who stopped and stared with their children pointing. She wanted a story. Now she has one. It's just not the one she wanted. You're 5, Tonks said. You keep saying that, Harry said. I keep being surprised. He looked up at her, and the corner of his mouth moved. The small, private movement that was becoming familiar. Stop being surprised, he said. Start being useful. Tonks laughed out loud, which startled a nearby owl and earned several looks from passing wizards, and Harry kept walking through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron with the steady unhurried pace of someone who knows where he's going. Behind them, Rita Skeeter was staring at the space where he'd been with her quill going still for the first time in possibly years. Above the alley, the afternoon light came in bright and clean, bouncing off the old stone and the bright shop windows and the brass of the Gringotts entrance at the far end, and Harry Potter walked through it with his father's box tucked under his arm and his mother's eyes and his father's walk, and 2 Aurors flanking him who had, in the space of 4 days, stopped being professional escorts and become something else entirely. Kingsley glanced down at him as they reached the leaky cauldron door. Harry was looking at the box under his arm. You all right? Kingsley said. Harry thought about the photograph. His mother's laugh. His father's arm around her shoulder. I know what they looked like now, Harry said. I know what they sounded like, from the letters. I know they were brave. He put his hand briefly on top of the box. I know he was funny. He made jokes in the letter. Even in the serious parts. He looked at Kingsley. You're not going to tell me not to go to Godric's Hollow, are you? When I'm ready. No, Kingsley said. I'll take you myself. Harry nodded. He opened the leaky cauldron door and went in, into the noise and warmth of it, with 2 Aurors at his back and 6 pages of his father's handwriting under his arm and the face of a boy who has, today, for the first time, understood the full shape of what he lost, and has decided to hold it rather than put it down. The door swung shut behind them. Chapter 6, The Auror and the Boy. The Edinburgh house smelled like old wood and cold fireplaces and the particular dry stillness of a space that has been well maintained but not lived in. It was a 4-story townhouse on a cobbled street in the new town, sandwiched between 2 other Georgian terraces that looked nearly identical from the outside, the same pale stone, the same black railings, the same wide steps going up to a black door. The difference was that the Potter townhouse had a ward on it that made Muggle eyes slide gently sideways when they tried to focus on the door, and that the inside, when Kingsley pressed his palm to the lock and spoke the recognition phrase that Ragnarok had provided, turned out to be considerably larger than its exterior suggested. The hallway was wide, with dark wooden floors and walls paneled in cream, and a staircase that went up in a generous curve to a landing with a tall window. Every surface was clean. Gringotts had arranged for a maintenance service, not house elves, at Ragnarok's pointed suggestion, but a wizarding household firm that came quarterly, and they had come recently because there was fresh wax on the banister and not a particle of dust anywhere. Harry came through the door and stopped in the hallway and looked up the staircase. He was quiet for a moment. How many rooms? He said. I haven't counted, Kingsley said. We'll explore. They explored. Harry went first, not rushing, going through each room with the same systematic attention he brought to everything but with something extra in it today, something that wasn't quite wonder and wasn't quite caution. The sitting room had 2 deep sofas and a fireplace with a carved mantel and bookshelves on either side that were still half full, whoever had last lived here having left books behind. The kitchen was large and modern by wizarding standards, with a window over the sink that looked into a small walled garden. There was a dining room, a study with a heavy oak desk, and on the upper floors 3 bedrooms and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. Harry went into each room. He looked out each window. He ran his hand along the edge of the bookshelves in the sitting room and read the spines slowly, sounding some of them out. He came back down to the hallway where Kingsley was standing and Tonks was in the kitchen discovering the state of the pantry, which turned out to be extensive if somewhat dated. "Which one's mine?" Harry said. "Your room. Whichever one you want." Harry considered this with a seriousness that the question probably didn't require but that Kingsley understood entirely. He'd never chosen a room before. He'd been assigned a space. The choosing was its own thing. "The one at the top," Harry said. "With the window that looks at the castle." "Good choice," Kingsley said. "Is it all right?" Tonks called from the kitchen. "If I make tea?" "There's a tin that might be ancient." "Probably fine," Kingsley called back. "Might kill us," Tonks said cheerfully. Harry looked at Kingsley. "Are you staying here too?" "For now," Kingsley said. "Until the formal guardianship is approved and we've got the security arrangements sorted. After that," he paused. "We'll work out what makes sense." "I don't want you to go," Harry said. He said it with the same directness he brought to everything, not clinging, not pleading, just stating a true thing. "You don't have to stay forever." "But not yet." "Not yet," Kingsley agreed. Harry nodded and went back up to look at his room again. The first week in the Edinburgh house had a quality that Kingsley would find difficult to describe later when people asked him about it, which people did ask, because the story of Harry Potter's rescue had become something the wizarding world couldn't stop turning over. It was quiet, mostly. Complicated quiet, the kind that happens when someone who has never had a normal day is experiencing a sequence of normal days and isn't quite sure what to do with them. Harry woke every morning around 6, which Kingsley came to understand was not because he was an early riser by inclination but because he'd spent 5 years waking early to do chores before the Dursleys needed him, and his body hadn't yet renegotiated the arrangement. He'd come downstairs, find the kitchen, and sit at the table with his bare book or his father's box until Kingsley or Tonks appeared. Tonks had taken 2 weeks of personal leave, which she described to her supervisor as absolutely essential and non-negotiable, in the tone of someone who was prepared to make this significantly more complicated than it needed to be, and her supervisor had looked at her and then looked at the 3 interdepartmental memos sitting on his desk about the Potter case and signed the leave form without further discussion. The first morning, Kingsley came down at 6:30 and found Harry at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and the stub pencil from his cupboard shelf. He was making a list. "What's the list?" Kingsley said, putting the kettle on. Harry turned the paper slightly so Kingsley could see. It said, in the careful deliberate hand of a child who taught himself to write, things to find out: 1. Where is Remus Lupin? 2. Peter Pettigrew, is he alive? 3. What did my mum do, the magic? 4. What is Hogwarts like? 5. Where is Sirius and is he okay? 6. What other books should I read? 6 is very practical, Kingsley said. I've nearly finished the Bear book, Harry said. Tonks got me the proper one with all the pages. A pause. The middle is good. He does meet someone. Was that satisfying? Yeah, Harry said. I knew it. He looked at the list. Can we start on number 2 today? Pettigrew. Amelia's doing something about Sirius, Harry said. But Sirius needs the Pettigrew thing to be fixed too, doesn't he? For the trial to go right. If Pettigrew is alive, then Sirius didn't kill him, Kingsley said. And a significant portion of the case against Sirius falls apart. So finding Pettigrew is finding Sirius, Harry said. Kingsley looked at him. Essentially, yes. Then we should work on it, Harry said. Kingsley said. I have information, Harry said. From the letter. My dad wrote about Peter. What he was like. What he was afraid of. He looked at his list. My dad wrote that Peter was afraid of being unimportant. That he was the smallest of the group and he knew it and it bothered him. He said Peter would do whatever he thought would make him matter. He tapped the pencil on the paper. If Peter faked his death and is hiding somewhere, he's hiding because being caught is the thing that would unmatter him again. But if someone powerful protected him, Kingsley sat down. Then hiding is what he's doing for that person, Harry said. Not for himself. Because being unimportant to a powerful person is worse than being dead. He looked at Kingsley. That's what my dad said. He didn't know Peter would betray them. But he understood how Peter thought. Kingsley looked at the list on the table and at the boy looking up at him with green eyes that had spent 5 years in a cupboard with very little to do except pay attention and think, and he thought, James Potter, you have no idea what you made. I'll bring it to Amelia today, Kingsley said. The analysis. You're specific, the specific information from the letter about Pettigrew's psychology. I'll write it properly, Harry said. So she can read it. You don't have to, I want to, Harry said. It's my dad's information. I should be the one to give it. He turned the paper over and started writing. The formal guardianship approval came through on the 4th day, Amelia having apparently communicated to the relevant ministry department that she was prepared to appear in person and explain the concept of urgency to anyone who felt the standard processing time was appropriate given the circumstances. The document arrived by owl at 8:30 in the morning and was ministry sealed and legally binding, and it named Kingsley Orion Shacklebolt as temporary guardian of Harry James Potter pending the resolution of the serious black matter. Harry read the document when Kingsley showed him. It says temporary, Harry said. That's the legal category, Kingsley said. It means the courts are keeping the question open, because Sirius is still legally your godfather and James's will is clear. But you're it for now. I'm it for now. Harry put the document down. He looked at the table for a moment. Temporary feels like the cupboard, he said. Not with distress, just as an observation. It's different, Kingsley said. In the cupboard, temporary meant no one was coming. Here, temporary means we're working towards something specific. It ends when Sirius is free. He held Harry's gaze. That's a different kind of temporary. Harry thought about this. Okay, he said. Yeah. He picked up his pencil. Can I call you Kingsley? Not Mr. Shacklebolt. I'd prefer it, Kingsley said. And can I stay at the window room? Harry said. It's your house, Kingsley said. Harry looked at him. It doesn't feel like my house yet, he said honestly. It feels like a nice place that I'm staying. He looked at the sitting room, the bookshelves, the morning light coming through the hall window. But I think it might, eventually. It will, Kingsley said. He said it with the full weight of someone who means it, and Harry heard the weight and held it, and that was enough for now. Tonks came back the 5th day with a collection of books she described in her shopping note as essential reading for a 5-year-old who is already essentially running his own investigations, which included, alongside the proper complete bear book and several others in the category of things children should have read and Harry hadn't, 2 beginners' books on magical theory, a child's history of the wizarding world, and a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages that she'd included on impulse. Harry read the Quidditch book first. He read it in an afternoon, cover to cover, and came to find Tonks in the sitting room where she was reviewing paperwork from the ministry and handed it back. I want to fly, he said. Everyone wants to fly, Tonks said. My dad flew. He was on the Gryffindor team at Hogwarts. He'd read this in one of the letters. His letter says he played chaser. Good position, Tonks said. What position do you play? I don't play, Tonks said. I fall off brooms. It's a whole thing. Harry looked at her with the mild surprise of someone recalibrating. You're a metamorphmagus and you have trouble with brooms? Different skill set, Tonks said. Completely unrelated. My balance is, look, this is not a conversation I'm enjoying. We should get a broom, Harry said. We should get you a broom, Tonks said. I'll watch from somewhere safe. There are training brooms in the book, Harry said. They go lower. For starting out. Let me finish this paperwork, Tonks said. We'll talk to Kingsley. Kingsley will say yes, Harry said, with complete confidence, and went back upstairs. Tonks looked at the empty doorway and then at the paperwork and then picked up her quill and made a note to herself that said, broom, and underneath it, after a moment, also proper winter coat, warmer socks, and more books. She looked at the list. She thought about a 5-year-old waking up at 6 every morning because his body hadn't caught up with the fact that nobody needed anything from him at 6 in the morning. She thought about the way he held his father's box at night, one hand on the lid, the same way he used to hold the bare book. She thought about the first time she'd put a plate of food in front of him, not hospital food, not a sandwich grabbed in transit, but an actual dinner, a proper meal, roast chicken because she'd asked him what he liked and he'd said he didn't know, he'd never chosen, and she'd chosen for him and he'd eaten every piece and sat for a moment afterward looking at the empty plate with an expression she couldn't name. She added to the list, ask him tomorrow what his favorite color is, what he wants for breakfast, what music is, whether he's ever seen the sea. She looked at the list for a moment. Then she added, stop making lists and just do it, Tonks. She put the quill down and went to find him. The letter came on the 6th day, and it came not alone. It came with 36 others. They arrived all at once, or near enough, a flock of owls descending on the Edinburgh house at 7 in the morning, crowding the kitchen windowsill and the sitting room window ledge, and one extremely determined owl that had somehow found the upstairs bathroom window, which was a small casement that Tonks had left open the previous night and which did not seem large enough for an owl but had evidently not communicated this limitation clearly enough. Harry stood in the kitchen doorway and counted them. 37, he said. Yes, Kingsley said, from behind him. That's a lot of owls. It is. He started collecting letters, which the owls surrendered with varying degrees of grace. Some had ministry seals. Some had family crests in the wax, crests Harry didn't recognize, in colors he was only beginning to learn. Some were plain. 2 were in languages that weren't English. He put them all on the kitchen table in a row and looked at them. Should I open them? He said. Your call, Kingsley said. Harry sat down and started opening them, in order, from left to right. The first 3 were from ministry officials offering formal congratulations on the resolution of his care situation and expressing their support in carefully worded terms that said very little with great efficiency. Harry read each one to the end, with the same systematic attention, and then set them in a separate pile. The 4th was from Augusta Longbottom. It was written in an angular decisive hand and said, without preamble, Mr. Potter. I have a grandson, Frank's boy, who will be in your year at Hogwarts. I hope you will find each other good company. If you need anything that a woman of standing and some stubborn persistence can provide, write me. Augusta Longbottom. Harry read this twice. He put it in a different pile, smaller, just itself. The 5th was from a wizarding family in Wales whose name Harry didn't know, expressing their gratitude and their view that the Wisengamot proceedings had been a long time coming. The 6th was from a family in Glasgow who wanted Harry to know they'd lit a candle for his parents. The 7th was different. He read it and then he read it again, and he set it flat on the table and looked at it with a stillness that was different from his usual stillness. Kingsley, watching him, said, What is it? Harry slid it across. Kingsley picked it up. It was written in a thin, cramped hand on very white parchment, and it said, You are being managed. The people around you now are instruments of the Ministry's attempt to control the Potter influence. The Shacklebolt Auror is a known Dumbledore loyalist. Your godfather is in Azkaban because the people now pretending to help you put him there. If you want the truth about what happened to your parents, do not trust the official account. Write back through this owl and we will speak privately. No signature. Kingsley set it down. His face was very controlled. That came today, he said. With all the others, Harry said. Same delivery window. He looked at the letter. Someone knew I'd be getting letters today. They planned to be in the group. Kingsley picked up his communication stone. Amelia, he said, when it connected. Harry received a letter today. Anonymous. I'm bringing it in. The other 36. Amelia's voice. Standard range. Congratulations, well wishes, couple of political statements. He looked at Harry. One anomaly. Bring the anomaly. A pause. How's Harry? Kingsley looked at Harry, who had gone back to opening the remaining 30 letters with the systematic patience of someone who has decided that the anomaly is noted and filed and the task continues. Fine, Kingsley said, and it was true. He's fine. The anomaly had company, as it turned out. Amelia's team, cross-referencing the owl with the ministry's tracking system for birds entering and leaving designated warded locations, traced it to a post-routing service in Nocturne Alley. Not unusual, people used anonymous post services, but the specific service in question had a flag on it from a previous investigation involving information trafficking. That was the first thread. The second thread came from inside the ministry itself. Kingsley got the intelligence at noon on the 6th day, sitting in Amelia's office while Harry was with Tonks in the Edinburgh house and 2 plainclothes Aurors were stationed outside on the street, a precaution he'd established without making a production of it, introduced as a standard procedure in the vicinity of protected properties, which it was, and which Harry had accepted without comment but also without being fooled. Someone accessed the location record for the Edinburgh property, Amelia said. She had the relevant document on her desk. The property was registered under the Potter estate through Gringotts, which creates a corresponding ministry record. That record was accessed 2 days ago by someone using a valid ministry clearance. Whose clearance? That's the complicated part. She turned the document. The clearance belongs to a deputy head in the Department of Magical Records named Walcott. Walcott says he didn't access it. He was in a meeting. He has 17 witnesses. Someone used his clearance, Kingsley said. Someone who could access his credentials, Amelia said. Someone inside the ministry. Someone who wanted to know where Harry Potter was specifically and knew enough about the record system to use a false trail. Kingsley was quiet for a moment. Rita Skeeter's piece ran yesterday, he said. The one where she quoted Harry directly and described the exchange in the alley. Yes. And today Harry gets 37 letters, one of which is a sophisticated attempt to isolate him from his current support network and suggest alternative information sources. Kingsley looked at Amelia. Timeline is tight. Very, Amelia said. Someone read the Skeeter piece, knew Harry would receive public correspondence, and planned to be in the delivery window. That's not an opportunist, Kingsley said. That's someone who was already watching. Amelia looked at him. It's also someone who specifically doesn't want Harry under your influence. Or anyone's influence except their own. They sat with that for a moment. The specific shape of it, someone who had moved quickly, intelligently, with access to ministry records, who had specifically targeted Harry's new situation with the intent of destabilizing it. The anonymous letter suggested I was a Dumbledore loyalist, Kingsley said. Yes, I saw. I'm not. I know you're not, Amelia said. But the claim is interesting. It's designed to make Harry suspicious of anyone currently around him, the people he started to trust. Which suggests whoever wrote it has done their research and identified trust as the specific variable they need to undermine. They've been watching him from before yesterday, Kingsley said. Almost certainly. She closed the document. I need you to tell Harry. Kingsley looked at her. He'll find out, Amelia said. He always does. And if he finds out we knew and didn't tell him, we've done the letter writer's work for them. She held Kingsley's gaze. He's not glass, Kingsley. Don't treat him like he'll break. I know he won't break, Kingsley said. I'm not worried about that. Then tell him. He told Harry that evening. They were in the kitchen, the dinner things cleared away, Harry at the table with the child's history of the wizarding world that Tonks had bought, working his way through it with the intensity he brought to anything that told him something new. Tonks was in the sitting room. Kingsley sat across from him and told him about the ministry access, about the tracking of the anonymous owl, about the timeline. Harry listened. He didn't look at the book while Kingsley was talking. He gave the conversation his full attention, which was the same quality of attention he gave everything, complete, measuring, without anxiety. When Kingsley finished, Harry was quiet for a moment. "So someone inside the ministry told someone outside where I was," he said. "We think so. And the letter was trying to make me suspicious of you." "Yes. That's not very sophisticated," Harry said. "If they wanted to actually convince me, they should have waited. Written something nicer first. Built up to it." He looked at the table. It was fast. Which means they were worried about the trust being established already. Kingsley looked at him. "That's a reasonable analysis." "They were too late," Harry said flatly. "The trust is already there." He met Kingsley's eyes. "That's not me being naive. I can see the difference between someone who's managing me and someone who's just dealing with me as I actually am." He held the look. "You tell me things even when they're complicated. You told me about Sirius even though it was hard. You're telling me this now instead of just handling it without me." He paused. "That's what good looks like. I know what the other thing looks like. I've seen it." Kingsley didn't say anything. "The Dursleys managed me," Harry said. "They managed what I knew and what I didn't know and what I could do and where I could be. I know what that feels like from the inside." His voice was even. "This isn't that." Kingsley had a long career as an Auror. He had been in difficult rooms, had high-stakes conversations, had delivered information that changed people's lives in both directions. He was not someone who struggled with composure. He was struggling slightly right now. "We're going to increase the security on the house," he said, keeping his voice steady. "Additional wards, and I want to expand the Auror rotation outside." "Okay," Harry said. "And anything that comes through the post gets reviewed before it reaches you, not opened without your permission, but assessed." "Okay," Harry said. "That's sensible. You're not bothered by that? Is it temporary?" Harry said. "Until you find who's doing it." "Yes." "Then okay," Harry said. "I trust your judgment on what's necessary." He looked at Kingsley steadily. "That's what trust means. Not that I agree with everything. That I think your judgment is sound." "Right," Kingsley said. Harry went back to his book. He turned a page. Then looked up. Was there anything in the letter that was useful? "For finding them. Amelia's team is working on the owl trace," Kingsley said. "And the ministry access. It'll take time. But it's happening," Harry said. "It's happening." He nodded, satisfied, and read his book. The morning of the 7th day, Kingsley came downstairs at 6 and Harry wasn't at the table. He found him in the sitting room. Harry was standing at the bookshelves, the ones that had come with the house, still half full from whoever had last lived here. He was reading spines, slowly, tilting his head sideways for the ones shelved spine in. He had the bare book in one hand, pressed against his side. He looked around when Kingsley came in. "There's a whole section on magical history," he said. "And someone had very specific taste in magical theory. There are 7 books just on transfiguration." "Whoever lived here before was a scholar," Kingsley said. "They left good stuff," Harry said. He turned back to the shelf and pulled out a thin volume with a worn spine. "This one's about the founders of Hogwarts." He showed the cover to Kingsley. "Good choice," Kingsley said. "You'll need that background." Harry put it on the small pile he'd assembled on the floor, for books, sorted by what he apparently considered reading priority. He stood looking at the shelf for a moment longer. "Can I ask you something?" he said, to the books. "Yes," Kingsley said. "Do you have a family?" Harry said. "Not, I mean, people. People who are yours." Kingsley considered the question. "My parents. My sister. Some friends. He paused. Not a wife or children, if that's what you're asking. I wasn't asking that specifically, Harry said. I was just, he trailed off for a moment. The morning light was coming in from the hall and catching the edge of the bookshelves. I don't know what family feels like. From the inside. He turned to look at Kingsley. The Dursleys were my family technically. But that felt more like an arrangement that nobody liked. Yes, Kingsley said. Does this? Harry stopped again. He was working out how to ask something with precision, which he always did when the subject mattered. Does this feel like something to you? He said. This. Here. Me and you and Tonks in this house. Kingsley looked at him for a long moment. Standing in the sitting room of the house that was his and not yet his, with 4 books in a pile on the floor and the bare book in his hand, 5 years old and wearing pajamas that were the right size for once, asking with complete seriousness whether what they were doing constituted a feeling. Yes, Kingsley said. It does. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Good, he said. Me too. He looked down at the books on the floor, then back up. Can we have breakfast? And then I want to work on the list. The list, Kingsley said. The one from the first morning, Harry said. I've done number 6, books. Tonks is sorting the broom for number 4, he saw Kingsley's expression. She said she'd ask you. She was going to ask you. She did not ask me, Kingsley said. She was going to, Harry said. Can we have a broom? Kingsley thought about Harry at 5 years old on a training broom, with the kind of magical instinct that had been activating itself since infancy. Training broom, he said. And we find a proper space. And Tonks is not supervising alone. She said she falls off, Harry said. She absolutely falls off, Kingsley said. Harry made the small private expression that was becoming his signature. I'll be careful, he said. I know you will, Kingsley said, and followed him to the kitchen. The broom arrived the next afternoon. Tonks had ordered a clean sweep training model, set low, top speed about 15 feet off the ground, designed for beginners and charmed with a cushioning spell that activated if the rider's grip slipped. She presented it with the energy of someone who has been looking forward to this. Harry looked at it. He looked at the garden, the small walled space behind the townhouse, stone walls, a flagstone path, a patch of actual lawn about 20 feet across. He picked up the broom, held it beside him, and set up the way the book had told him to. The broom jumped into his hand before the word was entirely out of his mouth. Not slowly, not with the tentative rise of a broom responding to a competent rider. It snapped up, eager, like it had been waiting. Tonks said something under her breath that wasn't quite a word. Harry looked at the broom in his hand. He looked at the garden. He threw his leg over and pushed off and was 6 feet off the ground before Kingsley had finished the sentence he was starting about starting slow. He didn't go fast. But he didn't need to, he moved with the instinctive ease of someone who belongs in the air, adjusting his weight without thinking about it, leaning into a wide circle around the garden at a height just above the walls, hands easy on the handle, and his face it was the first time Kingsley had seen Harry's face completely open. Not the small private expression, not the measuring assessment. Just, open. The wind from the motion of the broom and the late afternoon light and Harry up in the Edinburgh air with his father's hair doing exactly what it wanted and his mother's eyes bright in the low autumn sun, and his face was the face of a child doing the thing he was made for. He made one full circle. Then 2. Then he landed on the lawn with casual precision, feet hitting the flagstones, broom already still in his hands. He looked at Kingsley and Tonks. I want a faster one, he said. No, Kingsley said. Eventually, Harry said. Eventually, Kingsley conceded. Tonks started clapping, which was undignified for an Auror and which she continued doing anyway, and Harry looked at her with mild embarrassment and the small expression that wasn't a smile but was getting closer. Again, he said, looking up at the garden's small square of sky. As long as you want, Kingsley said. He pushed off, and went up, and flew. Chapter 7, 37 Owls and a War Council. The letters kept coming. Not 37 at a time, that had been an event, a tidal surge responding to the Wisengamot session and the Skeeter peace and 5 years of accumulated wizarding guilt finding its outlet in parchment and wax. After that first wave there was a steadier current, 6 or 8 owls a day, sometimes more, landing on the kitchen windowsill with varying degrees of patience while Kingsley's expanded rotation of Aurors checked each one before it reached Harry. Harry read all of them. This had not been Kingsley's plan, exactly. He'd imagined a manageable selection, the significant ones, filtered and summarized. But Harry had made clear on the second morning of the new arrangement, when Kingsley had set aside a letter from a family he didn't recognize on grounds of it not being directly relevant to anything, that he expected to see everything. You said letters get reviewed, Harry said. Not filtered. There's a distinction, Kingsley said. Show me. Kingsley had shown him the letter. It was from a family in Aberdeen, a witch named Moira Flint, who wanted Harry to know that her husband had worked with James Potter briefly in the years before Voldemort's rise, that James had been kind to him during a difficult professional period, and that she hoped Harry was surrounded by people who understood what the Potters had meant to people who'd known them. Kingsley watched Harry read it. She knew my dad, Harry said. Peripherally, it sounds like. I want to know all of these, Harry said. Anyone who knew them. Anyone who has anything. He held the letter carefully. There's not very much of them in the world anymore. I'm not going to miss any of it. After that, all the letters came through. He kept 2 piles, one that required a response and one that was information, to be stored in the box alongside his father's letters and the photographs. The information pile grew faster, and Harry organized it with a filing system that he developed himself, which involved categories that made complete sense when he explained them and which Tonks privately thought were more sophisticated than the documentation system used by half the DMLE. The letters that required responses, he wrote himself. This was the part that Kingsley had not anticipated and which had become, by the second week in Edinburgh, a significant daily undertaking. Not because Harry was slow at writing, he was meticulous rather than slow, but because he gave every response real thought, the kind that produced letters that were nothing like what a 5-year-old should be capable of producing and which Kingsley had taken to reading before Harry sealed them, not to censor but because he found them remarkable. To Augusta Longbottom, Harry wrote, Dear Mrs. Longbottom, thank you for writing. I would like to meet your grandson. I don't know anyone my age yet. I hope he likes books because I've been reading a lot and it would be useful to talk to someone about them. Harry Potter. To the family in Wales who had lit a candle for his parents, thank you. I didn't know them but I'm learning who they were. It helps to know other people remember them. To the ministry officials with their careful, efficient congratulations, polite acknowledgement, nothing more, 3 sentences each, signed in a hand that was already more decisive than it had been 2 weeks ago. To the family in Glasgow with the candle, the same warmth as Wales, but Harry had noted that their letter mentioned a son who'd been an Auror, who'd been killed in the war, and his response to them was a paragraph longer and more careful. To 3 letters that had arrived from what appeared to be factions of the old wizarding aristocracy, families with long names and longer pedigrees who had expressed their view that Harry Potter represented the continuation of a tradition of wizarding excellence and that they hoped he would remember, in the coming years, where the real sources of magical strength in Britain lay. Harry wrote responses that were 3 sentences each, perfectly polite, and which managed to say absolutely nothing while being impossible to take direct offense at. He showed Kingsley these and Kingsley read them and looked at him. Where did you learn to write political non-answers, he said. The Dursleys, Harry said. When relatives visited. Uncle Vernon would ask me things and I'd have to answer without actually saying anything bad about him or good about myself. He looked at the responses. It's the same skill. The contexts are different, Kingsley said. Not very, Harry said. And then there were the 37. Not the original 37 that had arrived that first morning, he'd dealt with those, sorted and filed and responded to the ones that needed it. These were different. These were the letters that had arrived in the 2 weeks since, from a specific category of sender that Harry had identified and pulled into their own pile on the table one afternoon and looked at for a long time. 11 letters from families who wanted something from him. Not from him specifically, from what he represented, from the Potter name, from the magical political weight of being the boy Voldemort had failed to kill. They were dressed differently, some dressed as friendship, some as alliance, some as ideology, but they all had the same architecture underneath, the same structure of we are offering you something so that later you will owe us something. He recognized the architecture because the Dursleys had used it, in their smaller and meaner way. We took you in, so you owe us your labor and your silence. He pulled those 11 out. He sat at the kitchen table with them in a row and Tonks came in to make tea and stopped when she saw his face, not angry, just very focused, the concentration of someone working out the correct tool for a specific job. What are those? She said. People who want things, Harry said. I'm working out what to say back. You don't have to say anything back, Tonks said. Yes I do, Harry said. If I don't answer, they assume. I want them to know exactly what the situation is. He looked at the letters. My dad's letter said to make a lot of noise. I don't think he meant be loud. I think he meant be clear. He picked up his quill. I'm going to be very clear. Tonks made the tea. She sat down across from him. She watched him write. The responses took an hour. He wrote them with total concentration, the kind he gave to things that mattered, and he didn't ask for help or input. When he was done he showed her the stack. She read them. She read them twice. Each one was different in its specifics and identical in its effect, which was to say, I received your letter. I understand what you are offering and what you expect in return. I am not interested in the exchange. I wish you well. They were polite. They were precise. They were devastating in the way that total clarity is devastating when someone has been hoping for ambiguity. The last one, to a family whose letter had been the most sophisticated, the most carefully dressed, whose offer had been the hardest to see through but which Harry had seen through anyway and written the clearest response to, ended with a single additional sentence that the others didn't have. I know what my father's name is worth. I'm the one who will decide what it means. Tonks set the letters down. Harry, she said. He was already addressing envelopes. Yeah. Are you sure about sending these? He looked up. Which part worries you? She picked up the last one. This line. Some of these families are old. They have influence. If I tell them clearly that I'm not going to be managed by them, Harry said, they'll either respect that or they won't. If they don't, I need to know that now, not after I've been polite to them for 3 years and they think I owe them something. He held Tonks's gaze. Which would you rather have? A set of families who are clearly told where things stand, or a set of families who think there's an arrangement when there isn't? Tonks thought about this for a moment. The second option is more dangerous, she said. Yes, Harry said. It is. He went back to addressing envelopes. I know Kingsley might want to review these, he said. I'll show him when he's back. He's going to have thoughts, Tonks said. He can have thoughts, Harry said. I'll listen to the thoughts. But I'm still sending them. Kingsley had thoughts. He came back from the ministry at 5:30. The Pettigrew investigation had turned up a forensic anomaly from the 1981 scene, something about the body count in the street that Amelia's team was re-examining, and the Sirius Black review was formally underway, and it had been the kind of day that involved a lot of rooms and a lot of careful language, and Harry met him in the hallway with the 11 letters in one hand. Kingsley read them at the kitchen table while Harry made tea, which he had learned to do over the past week with the same systematic application he brought to new information, and which now produced a cup that was, objectively, better than Tonks's. He read the last one twice, as Tonks had. I know what my father's name is worth, he said aloud. I'm the one who will decide what it means. Harry brought the tea. Sat down. Waited. These are good, Kingsley said. Harry looked at him. I'm not going to tell you not to send them, Kingsley said. I'm going to tell you two things. The first is that 3 of these families have direct connections to ministry departments that are involved in a serious black review, and you should know that before you send, because knowing it might change your phrasing. Which 3? Harry said. Kingsley told him. Harry picked up the relevant letters and read them again, and Kingsley watched him re-evaluate them against the new information with the expression of someone running a rapid recalculation. No, Harry said, putting them down. The phrasing stays. If they try to use their ministry connection against the serious review because I told them I wasn't going to be in their pocket, then the review has a problem regardless, and Amelia should know about it. He met Kingsley's eyes. Amelia should probably know anyway. Yes, Kingsley said. She should. He made a note. Second thing. Okay. The line about your father's name, Kingsley said. It's true and it's well said and it's going to be remembered, because these families will talk to each other and they will all quote that line and it will go around Wizarding Britain faster than the Skeeter piece. He set the letter down. You should know that. It's not a reason not to send it. It's information about what happens after. Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. If it goes around, he said slowly, then everyone hears it at the same time. Not just the 11 families. Everyone. Yes. Then everyone knows where I stand from the start. He looked at the letter. Before they start having ideas about what I am. Yes, Kingsley said. That's the risk and the benefit of it. Harry looked at the letter one more time. Send it, he said. Kingsley picked up his tea. I thought you'd say that. You didn't argue very hard, Harry said. No, Kingsley said. I didn't. Harry looked at him. The small expression moved. You agreed with me. I thought your analysis was sound, Kingsley said, which was as close to yes I agreed with you as he could manage while maintaining some dignity as the adult in the room. Harry sealed the envelopes. He did it neatly, each one in order, and stacked them by the window for the morning owls. The Pettigrew thing, he said. You went to the ministry today about it. Forensic review, Kingsley said. There's an anomaly in the original scene documentation. The body count from the street, 12 Muggles reported dead. But when Amelia's team cross-referenced the Muggle police record from the time, there are 13 names in the incident report. Harry went still. 13 Muggles, he said. But Pettigrew was supposed to be the 13th dead person. The wizard. Yes, Kingsley said. If there are 13 Muggle names in the police record, then Pettigrew didn't replace one of them, Harry said. He ran. He looked at the table. He blew up the street and ran while everyone was confused. And Sirius was left standing there. He paused. They blamed Sirius for the explosion. That's what the record says, Kingsley said. He was found at the scene. Of course he was found at the scene, Harry said. He went there to find Peter. His voice was flat with the logic of it. Peter set it up so that whoever came looking would find Sirius. That's the theory Amelia's team is building, Kingsley said. It needs more, it needs Peter, Harry said. Where is he? That's what we're trying to, my dad's letter, Harry said. He wrote about Peter being afraid of being unimportant. I wrote up the analysis. He stood and went to the sitting room, came back with the piece of paper he'd filled in on the first morning. If Peter is hiding with someone powerful, he's hiding because it makes him matter. He's not just hiding. He's serving someone. The theory is that there are Voldemort loyalists who survived the war, Kingsley said. Death Eaters who weren't caught, or who claimed they were coerced. Peter could be with any of them. But it would have to be someone he trusted, Harry said. And Peter was a Gryffindor. He wasn't, he paused. He wasn't brave. But he was loyal to people who made him feel safe. He went to Voldemort because Voldemort promised him safety. He'd go to whoever offered the same thing afterward. He set the analysis paper on the table. He's probably still a rat, Harry said. Kingsley looked at him. The analysis, Harry said. Hiding. Not important enough to be a person but important because of what he knows. Small. He'd stay small. If he's hiding as something small. He turned the paper over. My dad said Peter transformed. Like Sirius does. Into an animal. An animagus, Kingsley said. James mentioned in the letter. He said they all could, Harry said. Him and Sirius and Peter. He didn't explain what they turned into. He said it was a long story for another time. He looked at the window, the evening Edinburgh light going gold on the cobbles outside. Sirius turns into a dog. I think my dad said something about that. There's a line in the second letter about Sirius's considerable bark. I think it's a joke. He looked at Kingsley. If Sirius is a big dog, and my dad was a stag, then Peter's probably small. Rats are small. The kitchen was quiet. Kingsley picked up his communication stone. Amelia, he said. Harry has a theory. I need you to check whether any of the registered animagus forms on the ministry record, specifically for Peter Pettigrew, involve a rat. He paused. And check whether any currently unregistered animagi have been flagged in the past 5 years. Any rodent form sightings near known Death Eater locations. A silence. Then Amelia's voice, clipped and immediately engaged, give me 20 minutes. Harry looked at Kingsley. She was already thinking about it, Harry said. Probably, Kingsley said. Good, Harry said, and went to set the table for dinner. Amelia arrived in Edinburgh 2 hours later. This was not something Kingsley had expected. She generally communicated by stone and by owl and by very fast ministry memo, and she came in person only when the matter was significant enough to require it. She apparat to the designated point at the end of the street and came up the steps and knocked with the brisk efficiency of someone who has 12 things happening simultaneously and is managing all of them. Tonks let her in. Harry was at the table with his history book when she came into the kitchen, and he looked up and registered her presence with the assessment that preceded everything, quick, total, filed, and then closed his book and put his hands on the table. You found something, he said. Amelia sat down without being invited, which was how she sat down everywhere, and put a folder of documents on the table. Peter Pettigrew is not in the animagus register, she said. Which means that either he never learned to transform, unlikely given what we now know about the group's activities at Hogwarts, or he never registered, which would make him an unregistered animagus, which is an offense but a minor one and not something we'd have tracked aggressively. But? Harry said. But, Amelia said, cross-referencing 5 years of magical surveillance reports near confirmed Death Eater properties and safe houses, none of which we've been able to successfully raid, because they're better warded than most ministry facilities, which is a separate and significant problem. There are 9 separate reports of an unusual rat in the vicinity. Not magical rats. Not Krups or Neasels or any recognized familiar category. A specific rat that appears in the same locations across 5 different incidents over 5 years. Same rat, Harry said. Same markings, Amelia said. A missing toe on the right front paw. It appears in the reports as an incidental detail, the kind of thing you include because you're thorough, not because you think it matters. Nobody connected them. She opened the folder. I connected them tonight. Harry leaned forward to look at the documents. 9 reports, different locations, different Aurors, different dates. A rat with a missing toe on the right front paw. Where is he now? Harry said. We're working on that, Amelia said. The most recent report is 14 months old. He's been moving. He'll go somewhere safe, Harry said. Somewhere he thinks no one is looking. He looked at Amelia. Is there anywhere connected to the Death Eaters that's been quiet enough that you haven't been looking at it? Amelia looked at him for a moment. Several, she said. Families who claimed coercion. Who cooperated with the ministry after the war and have been given a degree of latitude. Someone who'd taken a loyal Death Eater's rat, Harry said. Someone who was scared enough of getting caught that they behaved for 5 years, but scared enough of Voldemort that they'd keep his people close. Amelia set down her quill. "You're very good at this," she said, and said it the way she said everything, not as a compliment exactly, more as a recorded fact. "I've had a lot of time to think," Harry said. "And my dad wrote me a good letter." She nodded. She looked at Kingsley over Harry's head. "We have a short list," she said. "Families with the right profile. I'm going to be running quiet surveillance starting tomorrow." She paused. "I'd also like to have Harry in the ministry building this week." "Why?" Kingsley said. "Several reasons," Amelia said. "The formal inquiry into Dumbledore's decisions is entering a new phase following the discovery of James Potter's will and the specific clause about the Dursleys. There are Wizengamot members who want to speak with Harry directly." She looked at Harry. "And there's a man who has asked to meet you. He's been trying to reach you since the session." "Who?" Harry said. "Remus Lupin," Amelia said. The kitchen was quiet. Harry looked at the table for a moment. He put both hands flat on the wood the way he sometimes did when he was processing something significant, grounding himself in the physical solidity of a surface. "He found out I was here," Harry said. "He found out about the Wizengamot session," Amelia said. "He's been traveling. He came back to Britain when he read the prophet piece and he went to the ministry and he didn't demand to see you. He asked. He said if you didn't want to meet him, he understood, and he left his contact address and went away." She paused. "He came back the next day and asked again. He's been coming back every day for a week." Harry was quiet. "Every day," he said. "Every day," Amelia confirmed. Harry looked at the window. The Edinburgh street outside, the cobblestones, the yellow glow of a street lamp. "My dad's letter says Remus is a worrier," he said. "That he pretends he can't do things but he can." He was quiet for another moment. "He didn't demand. He just kept coming back." "Yes." Harry looked at Amelia. "Is he okay?" He's got something." He'd read about this in his letters from James, the careful oblique references to Remus's condition, to months that were harder than others. "He's ill sometimes." "He's managing," Amelia said. "He's well currently." Harry nodded. He looked at his hands on the table. "I want to meet him," he said. "But here. Not at the ministry." He looked at Kingsley. "Can he come here?" "If that's what you want," Kingsley said. "The ministry is, everyone looks at me there," Harry said. "I want to meet him somewhere where it's just the conversation." He looked at Amelia. "Is that possible?" "I'll arrange it," Amelia said. "Tomorrow," Harry said. Amelia looked at him. "You're certain?" "He's been going back every day for a week," Harry said. "Don't make him go back again." Amelia gathered her documents. She stood. She looked at Harry across the kitchen table with the expression she'd had at St. Mungo's, the one that was not quite relief and not quite something else but lived somewhere in between. "I'll tell him tonight," she said. "Tell him I read the letters," Harry said. "My dad's letters. Tell him I know who he was to them." He paused. Tell him I want to hear about them. From someone who was there." Amelia nodded. She went to the door and then stopped, the way she sometimes did when there was one more thing. "The Wizengamot members who want to speak with you," she said. "Dumbledore is requesting a private meeting as well." "I'll meet the Wizengamot members at the session," Harry said. "Dumbledore can write to me." Amelia looked at him. "You want him to write?" "I want to see what he says when he has to commit it to paper," Harry said. "People are more careful in writing." More honest, sometimes. And I can read it more than once. He met her eyes. I've already spoken to him. Now I want to see what he thinks when I'm not in the room. Amelia Bones, for the first time in Harry Potter's experience of her, smiled. Not fully, more the compressed version of a smile, the one that happens when someone does something that genuinely pleases you and you're maintaining professional composure by a thread. "Good night, Harry," she said. "Good night," Harry said. She went out. Tonks, who had been leaning against the kitchen doorframe for the past 20 minutes with her tea, now straightened up and looked at Harry. "Dumbledore can write to me," she said, in a near-perfect imitation of Harry's measured voice. "I want to see what he says when he has to commit it to paper." "Stop," Harry said. "That was extraordinary," Tonks said. "Stop," Harry said, with more emphasis, and the small expression was doing its work. "I'm just saying," Tonks said, "that for someone who claimed he's not angry at Dumbledore, that was, I'm not angry," Harry said. "I want information." "In the most elegant way possible," Tonks said. "Tonks," Kingsley said. "I'll stop," Tonks said, and didn't entirely stop smiling for the rest of the evening. The letter from Dumbledore arrived the following morning, before Remus Lupin was due. It was 4 pages. It was written in the thoughtful considered prose of someone who had taken the commission seriously, who had understood that Harry's request was not a dismissal but a specific kind of invitation, "Tell me something real, in a form where I can examine it," and had responded to that invitation with more honesty than his Wisengamot testimony, if that was possible. He wrote about James and Lily as students, not as legends, as people, with specific remembered moments, the kinds of details that only exist when someone actually remembers. He wrote about the night of Halloween 1981 and what it had felt like to stand on Privet Drive with a sleeping child and make a decision he'd been agonizing about for hours, the particular terrible arithmetic of it, what he'd believed, what he'd feared, what he'd hoped. He wrote about Sirius, and what he believed in those first devastated days, and he wrote it with the honesty of someone examining their own reasoning and finding it insufficient without dressing the insufficiency up. He did not ask for anything. He did not suggest a meeting. He did not, at any point, offer a recommendation for what Harry should do next. At the end, he wrote, "You asked me to write rather than meet, and I have tried to honor what I think that request was really asking for. You are right that people are more careful on paper. I am being as careful as I know how to be. I hope it is of some use. Whatever you decide to make of it, I will not add to the weight of unsolicited advice you are already carrying. You are doing remarkably well without it. Albus Dumbledore." Harry read it twice, slowly. He put it in the information pile. Not the pile of things to be responded to. The information pile, with the candle letters and the letters about his parents, with the things that were useful and real. He was still sitting with it when the knock came at the door. He stood. He walked to the hallway. Kingsley was already at the door, and he looked at Harry once, a look that asked without words, and Harry nodded. Kingsley opened the door. The man outside was not what Harry had built from the letters. He'd imagined someone confident, someone with the ease of a person who'd been James Potter's close friend, the image his mind had assembled from his father's writing. The man on the step was thin, with gray-streaked brown hair that was too old for his face and tired eyes and the clothes of someone who'd been traveling and hadn't quite settled, and he had a scar on his jaw, faint, the kind that's been there long enough to be ordinary. He was looking at Harry with the specific expression of someone trying very hard not to look too intently and failing, and the expression on his face was devastatingly readable. It was grief and recognition and something else that was not quite hope but was what hope looks like when it hasn't been exercised in a while. Harry looked at him. "You're Remus," Harry said. "Yes," Remus Lupin said. His voice was careful. The voice of a worrier being careful. "Hello, Harry." Harry looked at him for a moment. The gray in his hair, the tired eyes, the scar. "My dad's letter says you're an idiot," Harry said. Remus Lupin blinked. "He says you're a worrier and an idiot," Harry said, "but that you can do things when you decide to, and that you will even when you pretend you can't." He held the door open further. He said you'd come if I needed you. He was right. He stepped back. Come in. I want to hear about them. Everything you remember. Remus Lupin stood on the step for a moment, and something in his face broke open in the way that careful things break when the care is no longer necessary, and then he walked through the door. Harry closed it behind him. Chapter 8, The Boy Who Chose Remus stayed for 3 days. He slept in the second bedroom and he ate at the kitchen table, and he told Harry about his parents with the careful thoroughness of someone who has been preserving something for a long time and is now, finally, giving it to the person it was always meant for. He talked about James first, about school, about the Quidditch pitch, about the particular brand of confident chaos that James Potter had brought to every situation he entered, the way he could make an entire room shift in temperature just by walking in. He talked about Lily, about the sharpness of her, the precision, the laugh that arrived suddenly and completely, and about the way she'd looked at James in the last years, not with the exasperation she'd carried through the earlier ones but with something warmer and more settled. He talked about the 4 of them, the Marauders, though he explained the name with the sheepishness of someone who finds it slightly ridiculous in retrospect, and about what it was like to be that specific collection of people at that specific time, young and skilled and brilliantly convinced they could outrun anything. Harry listened to all of it. He asked questions that were precise and patient. What did my dad do when something went wrong? Did my mom ever lose her temper? What was the worst trouble they ever got in? And Remus answered them honestly, not smoothing the edges, and Harry stored each answer with the same care he brought to his father's letters, adding dimensions to the people who were becoming, slowly, more than photographs and handwriting. On the second evening Remus talked about the war, and Harry let him, and did not look away. On the third morning Harry asked about Sirius. He asked it directly, over breakfast, the way he asked everything, not worked up to, just placed on the table and examined. Remus set down his cup and looked at his hands for a moment in the way he sometimes did when something required more than the usual care. He was the best of us, Remus said. And I believed he'd done it. For a long time, I believed it. He looked at Harry. That's the thing I'm most ashamed of. More than not coming to find me. Harry said. They're the same shame, Remus said. I believed what I was told instead of what I knew. I knew Sirius. I knew what he was. And I chose the easier thing, which was believing the story, because the alternative, he stopped. The alternative meant I'd lost all of them. James and Lily to Voldemort and Sirius to something I couldn't explain. It was easier to believe the story. Harry looked at him steadily. You're here now, he said. I should have been here 5 years ago, Remus said. Yes, Harry said. But you're here now. He picked up his fork. I've noticed that's the thing that matters most. Not when people realized. Whether they came. He ate. Kingsley came first. You came when you found out. Those are different kinds of arrival, but they both count. Remus looked at him. You are so much like your father, he said. And absolutely nothing like him. Both at once. Tonks says that too, Harry said. The second part. She's not wrong, Remus said. When Remus left on the third day he stood at the door with Harry and held out his hand, which Harry looked at for a moment and then shook, because Remus had offered a handshake rather than anything more, and Harry understood this was Remus being careful not to presume, and he appreciated the care even as he registered that it wasn't necessary. You'll come back, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Remus said. When Sirius gets out, Harry said, I want you both here. Remus's jaw moved slightly. If he gets out, when? Harry said. Remus looked at him. He nodded once. When? He said. He went down the steps and into the Edinburgh morning and Harry watched him go and then closed the door and stood in the hallway for a moment with his hand on the wood. Kingsley was in the sitting room. He said nothing. Harry stood in the hallway for a moment longer, then pushed off the door and went to the kitchen to wash the breakfast things. The second Wisengamot session was called 6 days later. This one had not been Amelia's doing. It had been called by a coalition of Wisengamot members, 13 of them, a significant bloc, who had reviewed the James Potter will and the clause about the Dursleys and the oath testimony about Dumbledore's decision and had arrived at the collective view that the formal inquiry opened at the first session had not gone far enough. What they wanted, specifically, was Harry. Not as a witness in the formal legal sense, he was 5, and the Wisengamot had procedures about that, but as a participant in what they were calling a formal consultation, which was a category that existed in wizarding law for situations involving significant personal stake in a matter of public concern. It had been used perhaps 8 times in 2 centuries. It was being used now. The owl carrying the formal request arrived on a Tuesday. Harry read it, turned it over, and handed it to Kingsley. "They want me to speak," he said. "Yes." "In front of the full Wisengamot?" "Yes." Harry looked at the window. The Edinburgh sky was doing something interesting, not quite raining, the clouds low and moving fast, the light coming through in shifting panels. "Dumbledore will be there," he said. "He's been summoned as a witness again," Kingsley said. "His previous testimony is being reviewed in light of the will." "Amelia?" Harry said. "She'll be presenting." "Then I'll be there," Harry said. He handed the letter back. "Harry," Kingsley said. "You don't have to speak. The consultation request means you have the right to, not the obligation to." "I know," Harry said. "I want to." He looked at Kingsley. "My dad said please make a lot of noise. This is the biggest room available." He turned back to the window. "And I have things to say that need to be on the record. Before other people decide what the record says about me." Kingsley thought about the 11 letters and their responses. He thought about "I'm the one who will decide what it means." "What are you going to say?" he said. Harry was quiet for a moment. "I'll know when I'm there," he said. "I usually do." The morning of the session Harry came downstairs at 6 as usual, but he didn't go to the kitchen. He went to the sitting room and stood at the bookshelves for a long time, not reading spines, just standing there. Then he went and got his father's box from his room and brought it down and opened it on the coffee table and took out the photograph. His parents in the summer, laughing at something out of frame. He sat with it for a while. Tonks appeared in the doorway at 6:30, registered what he was doing, went silently to the kitchen, and came back with tea that she set on the table within reach without saying anything. Harry looked at the photograph. "Did they know what they were starting?" he said. Tonks sat in the other chair. "Probably not all of it," she said. "My dad wrote the letter because he thought something might go wrong," Harry said. "He planned for it. But I don't think he planned for this specifically." He gestured slightly, encompassing the room, the house, the whole sequence of events. "I think he just wanted me to have a way out. He didn't know the way out would end up in a Wisengamot session." "He'd be pleased," Tonks said. "Yeah." Harry said. "He'd think it was brilliant," she said. "He had a very particular sense of what counted as a good outcome." Harry looked at the photograph. His father's arm around his mother's shoulder. "He'd want Sirius there," Harry said. "Yes," Tonks said. "How much longer?" Harry said. "The review is, Amelia says the evidence is building. The Pettigrew angle is progressing. She's got 3 locations under quiet surveillance." Tonks leaned forward. "Harry. It could still be weeks. Or longer." "I don't want to, I know," Harry said. "I'm not asking for a date. I'm just," he put the photograph back in the box, very carefully, the way he always put it back. "I want him to know that someone's coming," he said. "That we're coming." He closed the box. He stood. He straightened his jacket, the green one, the first one Tonks had bought him, which had become the one he wore for important things. "Okay," he said. "Let's go." The session was fuller than the first one. Every Wisengamot seat was occupied and the public gallery was past capacity, with people standing 3 deep at the back and a queue still moving through the entrance. The press had their designated section and it was entirely full, and Tonks, coming in alongside Harry and Kingsley, counted 4 separate journalists she recognized and one she very much didn't want to think about, which was Skeeter, who was in the front row with her quill already moving. Chamber 7 at capacity had a particular quality. The sound of it, the low collective murmur of 140 people and the ancient stone's acoustic amplification of that murmur, was different from the room at partial occupation. It felt more like weather than like noise. Harry walked into it and didn't slow. He went up to the gallery with Tonks, taking his seat at the rail. Kingsley went to the floor. He had a role today, presenting additional evidence with Amelia, the Pettigrew forensics and the will documentation. Harry watched him go with the confidence of someone who has established where the people he trusts are and doesn't need them within arm's reach to know they're there. He looked out over the chamber. Every eye in the gallery found him within 30 seconds of his arriving, which was not surprising and which he had anticipated, and he looked back at the room with the same steady measuring quality he brought to all environments, cataloging it, understanding it. He was not performing calm. He was calm, the way he'd been calm in the cupboard while reading his father's letter, the way he'd been calm outside number 4 with 41 Aurors in the rain. Amelia called the session to order at 11. She presented the case with the efficiency of someone who has been building toward this moment for 3 weeks and knows exactly which materials to use and in what order. The James Potter will, the specific clause about the Dursleys, the clause about legal process. The oath testimony from the first session. The Gringotts documents confirming the will's legal standing. The ministry access violation and the anonymous letter, which had been traced, finally, 2 days ago, to a low-level ministry employee with connections to 2 of the families Harry had written back to, which Amelia presented as a separate but related item. Then the Pettigrew material. Kingsley presented this section. He was methodical and precise and he built the case the way Amelia built cases, not dramatically, not with flourish, but with the accumulating weight of fact upon fact until the shape of the thing was impossible to ignore. 13 Muggle names in the police record. 9 surveillance reports, same rat, same missing toe. The forensic anomaly from the original scene. James Potter's letter on Peter's psychology. Harry's analysis, which Kingsley presented with attribution. This reasoning was provided by Harry Potter, informed by his father's account of Peter Pettigrew's character, because Harry had asked him to, because the information was James's and Harry had done the work and both of those things deserved to be on the record. There was a sound in the chamber when Kingsley read the attribution. Not applause. Not quite. More the sound of 140 people making a simultaneous small adjustment, the collective effect of something landing. Dumbledore was called. He came to the witness position and he was, different from the first session. Still composed, still with the weight of his own significance, but carrying something that hadn't been there before, or that had been there and was now more visible. He answered Amelia's questions about the will, about the specific clause he'd overridden, about his decision to place Harry with the Dursleys in direct legal contradiction of James Potter's clearly documented wishes. He answered all of it under oath. He answered it honestly, which meant the chamber heard the full shape of it, not malice, not calculation, but the arrogance of someone so accustomed to being the room's final authority that the possibility of being wrong had not presented itself as a serious option. Madame Marchbanks, presiding again, asked him directly, "Professor Dumbledore, did you believe that your judgment superseded the legal provisions of James Potter's will?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "I did." The chamber was very quiet. "And now?" Madame Marchbanks said. Dumbledore looked at the chamber. His blue eyes moved up to the gallery, found Harry, held the look. "Now I believe," he said carefully, "that certainty of that magnitude should always be questioned. That the accumulation of trust and authority can create a blindness that no amount of intelligence corrects for." He looked at Madame Marchbanks. "I made unilateral decisions that affected a child's entire life without adequate oversight or humility. The result is the record before you. He paused. I cannot undo it. I can only endeavor to act differently going forward, and to support rather than direct whatever process this body determines is appropriate. Madame Marchbanks made a note. Then she looked up at the gallery. Harry Potter, she said. This body has issued a formal consultation request. The floor is available to you, if you wish to use it. The chamber was completely still. Harry stood. He came down from the gallery without hurrying. The floor of Chamber 7 was the same stone it had always been, the same morning light through the same high windows, and Harry walked to the center of it in his green jacket with his father's eyes and his mother's exact particular shade of them, and he stood there and looked at the Wizengamot. 50 wizards and witches in their high-backed chairs. The public gallery above, completely silent. Skeeter's quill frozen, which was something nobody had achieved before. He looked at Dumbledore, who was still in the witness chair. He looked at Amelia, standing to the side. He looked at Kingsley, who met his eyes and gave him the single slight nod that meant I'm here, go ahead. Harry turned to face the Wizengamot. My name is Harry James Potter, he said. I'm 5 years old. 3 weeks ago I was living in a cupboard under the stairs of a house in Surrey where I'd been placed without any legal process, in direct contradiction of my father's will, by someone who believed his judgment was better than the law. He paused. I found a letter my father left me. He hid it in a wall because he knew something might go wrong and he wanted me to have a way out. That's how I ended up here. His voice was clear. Not loud, he didn't need loud, the chamber carried it, just clear, the particular clarity of someone who has spent 5 years choosing words carefully because words were one of the few things nobody could take away. I want to talk about 3 things, he said. And then I'm done. He waited a moment, and the chamber waited with him. The first is the Dursleys, he said. They've been sentenced. That's done and I'm glad it's done and I don't want to go back to it. The only thing I want to say about it is this, there should be someone whose job it is to check. Not a ward that might or might not work depending on conditions nobody's verifying. An actual person, who visits, who looks, who asks the child directly whether they're all right. He looked along the row of Wizengamot members. I know that costs something. I know it takes resources. But I had a letter, and an Auror alert, and a chocolate frog card with the right man's face on it, and I was lucky. The next one might not be. He held the room's gaze. Make it so they don't need to be lucky. Nobody moved. The second thing is Sirius Black, Harry said. He has been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial. That is a legal violation. It is also a human violation. I've read my father's letters. I've spoken with Remus Lupin. I know who Sirius Black is to the people who knew him, which is more information than the person who put him there had when they made the decision. He looked at Amelia. I know the Pettigrew investigation is ongoing. I know the evidence is being built. I am not asking you to release him today. He looked back at the chamber. I am asking you to say, on the record, that the absence of a trial was wrong. Not that it happened. That it was wrong. That someone made a decision that cost a man 5 years of his life and that decision was, that it was not legal and it was not right and it will not happen again. The chamber was completely still. Say it, Harry said. Not a demand, not a plea. A clear request from someone who understands what records are for. Put it in the language that goes in the archive. So it can't be, he paused, and something in his expression shifted for just a moment, the controlled face of a child who has been dealing with enormous things showing, briefly, the size of them. So it can't be managed away later. So someone can't come along and make it smaller than it was. He stood very still for a moment. Then, the third thing is about me, he said. He looked at the gallery, the public gallery, all those faces, 5 years of wizarding Britain's relationship with Harry Potter concentrated in a single room. I know what people think I am, he said. The boy who lived. Britain's greatest hero. The symbol of the defeat of Voldemort. He said the name the way he said everything, plainly, because he'd decided early that a name was a name and that not saying it was one more way of giving it power it didn't earn. I know that people have ideas about what I'm supposed to be. What I'm supposed to represent. Which families I'm supposed to align with, which factions I'm supposed to favor, what kind of wizard I'm supposed to become. He looked at the Wisengamot seats, at the familiar faces he'd learned over 2 sessions, at the unfamiliar ones. I'm going to tell you who I actually am, he said. Right now, today. So it's on the record and nobody can say they didn't know. The chamber was so quiet that the rain beginning against the high windows was audible, a light percussion that had started somewhere in the middle of his second point and was now a steady soft sound behind everything. I am James Potter's son, Harry said. I know what that means now. It means I was raised by the best part of him, his letter. His thinking. His specific way of understanding what mattered. He planned for the worst and put his love in the planning, and I found it in a wall at age 5 in a thunderstorm, and it worked, and everything that's happened since has been because he wrote me a letter and trusted me to find it. He paused. I intend to keep being worthy of that trust. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm not angry, Harry said. I want that to be on the record too. Not because anger would be wrong, it would be completely reasonable, but because I'm not. I've examined it and it's not there. What I feel about the decisions that were made about my life is something more like, I want them to not happen again. That's the feeling. Fix it so it can't happen again. He held Dumbledore's gaze. That's all I want from you. Fix it. Dumbledore held the look. He nodded once, and it was the most stripped-down gesture Harry had ever seen from him, no authority in it, no management, just acknowledgement. Harry turned back to the chamber. I'm going to Hogwarts when I'm 11, he said. In the meantime I'm going to live in my house in Edinburgh with my guardian and learn everything I can and find my godfather and figure out the rest. He looked along the rows. I'm not going to be managed. I'm not going to be kept somewhere for protection. I'm not going to be a symbol or a representative or a piece on anyone's board. He said this without heat, just with the clear and total certainty of someone who has made a decision and fully intends to honor it. I'm a 5-year-old who reads books and is learning to fly a broom and writes his own letters and found a message his father left in a wall. He looked at Madame Marchbanks. That's all I wanted to say, he said. Thank you for letting me say it. He turned and walked back toward the gallery stairs. The chamber stayed silent for a full 3 seconds after he turned away, and then it didn't. Outside was different. The session ran for another 2 hours, the formal deliberations, the language questions, the specific wording of what would go into the record. Harry was back in the gallery for all of it, watching with the systematic attention he'd brought to the first session, and Tonks was beside him and Kingsley was on the floor for his portion, and the rain continued against the windows in its quiet way. The Wisengamot passed, formally and on the record, a resolution that stated the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black without trial was a violation of wizarding law and a wrong committed against an individual, and that the review of his case was to be treated as an urgent matter of legal redress rather than a standard proceeding. It passed with 41 votes in favor. 9 abstained. None voted against. The resolution about child welfare monitoring, which Amelia had added to the agenda on her own authority 2 days ago, having read what Harry said he wanted, passed with 44 votes. Madame Marchbanks closed the session at 2 in the afternoon. The corridor outside Chamber 7 was chaos. The doors opened and the gallery emptied into a hallway that was already full of ministry workers who'd heard the session was ending and had come to see, and reporters, and officials, and several people who appeared to have no particular reason to be there except that something significant was happening and they wanted to be near it. Harry came through the door with Kingsley on one side and Tonks on the other and did not stop. He moved through the hallway with the steady unhurried pace that was his at all times, and people moved, not because they were asked to, just because there was something about the way he moved that made space seem like the obvious response. Skeeter materialized out of the crowd with her quill up. Harry, a response to your speech, any thoughts on, I said what I had to say in there, Harry said, not stopping. It's in the record. Read the record. The line about Peter Pettigrew is in the record, Harry said. Read the record. Your godfather is coming home, Harry said, still moving, and he said it with such complete certainty that Skeeter's quill actually stopped for a second, just from the impact of it. He kept moving. They came out of the ministry's side exit. Amelia had arranged it, because the front entrance had approximately 40 reporters outside, and this was not a situation that improved with numbers, into a side street, the London grey afternoon, the smell of rain on old stone. Harry stopped. He stood on the wet pavement and looked at the sky, which was doing the same thing Edinburgh's sky had done the morning of the session, low clouds moving fast, light coming through in panels, the specific quality of an afternoon that hasn't decided yet what it's going to be. All right? Kingsley said. Yeah, Harry said. He looked at the sky for another moment. His hands were warm, not the purposeful warmth of magic engaged, just the ambient warmth of it, the constant low hum of power that had no particular outlet right now and didn't need one. It was just there. It had always been there. He'd stopped finding it strange. Is it done? Tonks said. All the sessions, the testimony, the record is done, Harry said. The other things aren't. He turned to look at her. Sirius isn't out yet. Peter isn't found. The child welfare thing needs someone to actually build it. He looked at Kingsley. And someone tried to find my address and send me an anonymous letter, and we don't know who told them where I was. We have a lead on that, Kingsley said. The ministry employee is being questioned. Good, Harry said. I want to know who they're connected to. You'll know when I know, Kingsley said. Harry nodded. He looked at the side street, the wet cobblestones, a cat on a windowsill across the way watching the rain with philosophical acceptance, a post van turning the corner at the far end. The entirely ordinary texture of an afternoon. I want to go home, he said. Edinburgh? Tonks said. Yeah, Harry said. And on the way back, can we get the proper bear book? The replacement one's spine is starting to go. Tonks stared at him. I've been reading it a lot, Harry said, without apology. We can get the book, Kingsley said. And, Harry paused. He looked at the street for a moment. Can we do something normal tonight? Not work. Not lists. Just, something that people do. He looked at Kingsley. You said families do things. What do they do? Kingsley thought about this. Cook dinner together, he said. Play games. Read. Talk. He paused. Go to the park, when the weather's better. A game, Harry said. Do you have a game? There's a chess set in the Edinburgh house, Kingsley said. James Potter's. It came with the box. Harry looked at him. Wizard chess. Of course. I don't know how to play, Harry said. I'll teach you, Kingsley said. I'll watch, Tonks said, and I'll win once you both know what you're doing. You're terrible at chess, Kingsley said. I'm excellent at chess, Tonks said. I'm selective about when I demonstrate it. That's not a thing, Kingsley said. It's absolutely a thing, Tonks said. Harry looked between them with the small expression that was, by now, recognizably a smile even if it never quite completed itself, and something in his chest did the thing that had been doing it more regularly over the past 3 weeks, not the warmth of magic, different from that, something warmer and less definable, the warmth of finding yourself in the right place among the right people. He started walking toward the apparition point. I'll win at chess, he said. You've never played, Kingsley said. I'll figure it out quickly, Harry said. I usually do. Tonks laughed. Kingsley said nothing, but the corner of his mouth moved. Harry walked ahead of them both, past the cat on the windowsill and the wet cobblestones and out toward the street where they'd apparate home, and his hands were warm and his jacket was green and the afternoon light came through the clouds in one of its moving panels and caught him for a moment, a 5-year-old boy walking through London with the particular unhurried confidence of someone who knows where he's going, who has people he's going with, who has a house with a room at the top and a chess set that was his father's waiting on the shelf. Behind him, his godfather was in Azkaban and the investigation was ongoing and the world was complicated and the work wasn't done. Ahead of him, Edinburgh, and dinner, and chess, and morning. He walked toward the morning. The clouds moved. The light moved with them. And Harry James Potter, who had been born on a Tuesday at 11:42 p.m. into the arms of two people who had loved him completely and who had left him, in the end, everything he needed to find his way, Harry Potter crackled gold at the edges, just for a moment, just briefly, the way magic does when it is fully and entirely itself, uncontained and unashamed. Nobody told him to stop. Nobody ever would again.